Hey, what's up, man? You all right?
Beautiful day in the neighborhood.
Oh, yeah. I got a resolution on this passed. I don't, Mike, he says he didn't get a 2018. I've got an one right here. He's asking for a 2018 one. Yeah, you got 17, 18, 19. 3 years. Got 3 years clean audits. Want that something? That's something. We don't even have the 2018 down on tried yet. That's something that the deputization agreement with the IO. That's that letter right there that came from the everybody did this one, no? No, Benji's going to. Our lawyer's going to be. He's going to be great. Down there is the guy that got the letter from Mark Wayne Mullins that he signed. He wrote on Mark Wayne Mullins the letter. Oh no, it wasn't something beside it. He wrote in the letter. This is that old Mark Wayne saying it out. That's me. I'll cover it. Yeah, I never see her letter. He sent this to me. Ricky did. So here's what I got back from old Mullins.
No, it's in it. I got it. All right. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here at the regular council meeting, Saturday, August 15th, 2020, 10 a.m. I have 10:05 a.m. And with that, I call this meeting to order, and we'll go to item number 2 on the agenda, which is invocation. Who wants to give the invocation? We'll go from there. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Before we get to item number 3, which is the roll call, I received a email, a text just a moment ago that the secretary would be running late, and so at this time, I asked the council if we do a quick vote and allow Councilor Sachs to be the secretary until Secretary Hawk arrives. If so,
Second.
Jamie, the assistant chief made the motion, and the treasurer seconded. Okay, now what that's for is that Councilor Sachs will take over the secretarial duty until the arrival of the secretary at this time. The treasurer, LMA, Jamie. Okay, with that, those in favor of that, we'll go through the vote right now. Here we go.
It's pretty straightforward, so I'm not going to take a roll call. Just raise your hand if you want me to take notes for until she gets here. Yeah, it's unanimous.
Okay, with that, thank you for that, council. And with that, we'll go to item number 3, the roll call. And Secretary, would you please?
Chief Bunch, Jamie Thompson.
Here.
Joyce Hawk. LMA Worley.
Here.
Jeannie Tidwell. Here. Adeline Smith. Frankie Steele.
Here.
Sharon Benoit.
Here.
Peggy Gertie.
Here.
Charles Smoke. Barry Dodson. Jeff Wakachi.
Here.
We have quorum.
Okay, thank you, council. Thank you, Secretary. This time we'll go to item number 4, the chief's address to the council. Basically, certainly, good morning, everyone. We welcome you all, each and every one of you here today. July has come and gone. We're getting ready to start back to school with abbreviated school starts and things of that nature. So over the next few weeks, please be sure to watch the roads and that bit for school kids who are waiting to get on the bus and those that get off the bus and so on. Certainly, I want to thank the tribal employees for all that they do in regard to this pandemic situation. We have gone and we've had to modify our work schedules. We've had to reinvent a wheel over and over and over and over again. Initially, we thought it would be a 2-week and everything would get back to normal. And here we are in August with the threat of high school sports being canceled, that sort of thing. And so it is a major issue. Presently, what we're dealing with in Oklahoma, we have 46,897 cases, active cases, 644 deaths, 39,000 recoveries. Now, the next figures that I'm going to relay to you is the larger populated areas for our jurisdiction, and that's Tahlequah, Stillwell, and Jay. In Tahlequah, we have 348 cases, 2 deaths, 239 recoveries. Stillwell, we have 236 cases, 5 deaths, 166 recoveries. In Jay, we have 98 cases, 1 death, and 87 recoveries. So please, the next thing I'm going to tell you is that I can't emphasize enough what the CDC is saying as far as trying to flatten these curves and trying to mitigate this issue is mask up, mask up. It will be an initiative across the board sometime soon. The second part of that is wash and sanitize your hands, the hygiene aspect. The third part of it is practice social distancing. And the fourth part of that would be limit yourself to large gatherings, at large gatherings, 10 or more. Be sure to watch that. Okay, with that, having said that, those have proven to be a factor in reducing a lot of this pandemic. So I can't emphasize that enough. The United Kituah Band are very thankful in a ruling for the Muskogee Creek Nation, the McGirt case, which decided on July 6th, 2020. It determined that the Muskogee Creek Nation reservation had not been diminished and is still intact. That's great news for the Muskogee Creek Nation and all tribes as it affects them as well, even us, including us. Certainly, soon after we received notice that 3 of the 5 civilized tribes were negotiating or visiting with the Attorney General of the state of Oklahoma. And at that time, they were They were trying to address some undisclosed issues with this ruling, in regard to this ruling. So with the council approval, I had the opportunity to submit a request to the Attorney General of the state of Oklahoma. We're waiting for our opportunity to discuss these undisclosed issues that were taking place. Our fear is that the state of Oklahoma will approve a 14 county exclusive jurisdiction for CNO, and we know that's not right. We intend to battle that as it comes along. The assistant chief, myself, attorneys Rossetti, Cowan, and others from the private sector attended a Zoom meeting for the Senator Jim Emhoff, in which he informed us of the upcoming activities. The major issue at that time was the pending defense spending bill. With that, one of the things that we were cautiously reviewing was that a rider bill from the Mullen camp may or may not have been attached. At this time, I don't believe it was. I have not heard that it was. So that was some of the things that we were watching. Now, the rider bill itself is to remove in the 99 appropriation bill that consult will be removed and put consent in that appropriation bill. So that's what we were looking for. That would turn everything around, turn everything upside down, and we know that we would never get consent from CNO on any land in trust from here on out. Incidentally, much has been said about that. Currently, our land in trust issue, we have a 2.03 acre casino application. It is in the 10th Circuit pending appeals. I have no other information other than that, but that's where we're at with that. We look forward to our day in court with that. Much has happened. This has been a month and 2 weeks since we last met. Much has happened since that time of the last meeting. We've had the opportunity at the last, on June 6th, we had some opportunities to instill or put in place some things that would help us with regard to the CARES Act package, and we did. One of the things that, and you're going to have to help me with this, is one of the suggestions that I suggested was that the accounting firm came and helped us with development of policies and procedures, overseeing the CARES Act funds, and act as CFO. So that parts of that did happen. So I'll be happy to report that since that time, we've done away with our accounting team and instilled the accounting firm to be our accountants from here on out. So please ask the council members how much that the savings that gives and which way we're going with that. The next item is, again, on that June 6th meeting, we had the 8 council voted in affirmative to add additional remedies to my impeachment trial of January. And during that time, soon after, I submitted a emergency ex parte emergency injunction. During that time, it has been approved as of July 16th. So, having said that, there was a stay that was committed as well as that was issued, that I do now have the powers back again. So the hearing itself for the appeal will be effective 2 weeks after the election at this time. So those is that sort of thing. Now, on some positive notes, we had an opportunity. I've been in negotiations with the Eastern Food Bank with the council's approval today. We'll march forward with that for getting food for our communities. Now, it's not going to be every community at once, but it will be food to our communities. We're looking at a couple of things as far as that goes. Emergency food boxes. Basically, that's about 20 pounds of food that will last a family of 4 up to 4 to 5 days with that. And the other part of it is a mobile pantry, which will go to different areas, and 6,000 pounds of food will be distributed. Now, what that means is we will have to go in and rebox and take out and give to the community. So that's a plus. If the council wants to go ahead with that, we will do so. Election 2020 is moving smoothly, is moving well. Pending the pandemic, the staff is taking great care in ensuring that this election will be smooth and as efficient as possible. And with that, I'll thank you, and we'll go to item number 5, which is the approval of the regular and special minutes of the month of May. And I'll turn that over to the secretary.
Well, we need a motion.
Mr. Secretary, or Acting Secretary, excuse me, on the minutes for the meeting in May, let me get over, May 16th, on the second page, under new other business, I'd like to add, I think it should be added, where it says to approve the COVID-19 economic relief assistance to tribal members. I think the word exclusive should be added in there, because that's what the resolution was for. I think Mr. Wakachi made that, and it was for exclusive members. Is that correct? Okay. I think that needs to be noted and added to that. May 16th. That's all I seen that need to be, that I had on there, sir.
Do you recall what the resolution number was for that? No, no, we're gonna go through June next and July and go through that. I read off. It's May, June, July.
Okay. That correction is noted. Do we have a motion and a second? If there's no corrections on May, June, or July's, is there a way we can just put them all together and approve them?
Okay, I do have a question. I do have a question on if that's the case, we're combining all these reports. Page 6 of the July 11th. Page 6, July 11th. Page 6 of July 11th. Okay, third sentence from the top, it says, understanding this matter would be investigated, but was informed to keep quiet if you want to keep your employment. That was something that the assistant chief inserted in that. That was never said, so I just want that clarification to be made.
What did you tell that assistant chief when he told you that?
No, you were the one that put it.
Yeah, but I'm saying what you said. What did you say? What did you tell him?
Nobody said anything.
When you confronted him with him stealing money, he didn't say nothing to you?
You recall, I said the chief. I never said the assistant chief. You're the one.
No. You went on record in a corporate board meeting to say that you caught the assistant chief shaving the numbers off the machines, and I asked you, I said, what'd you say?
Now, you are adding to this. I'm correcting the minutes. That's it.
I'm just saying what you said. Well, why don't you go ahead and tell everybody what you did say here?
Make a motion to approve the minutes with corrections.
I'll second. Treasurer.
Okay, we got a motion from Ms. Tidwell, a second from Ms. Worley. We'll take a vote. Mr. Thompson? Mr. Thompson? Oh, we got a motion by. Okay. Ms. Worley?
Yes.
Ms. Tidwell?
Yes.
Ms. Smith? Mr. Steele? Ms. Benoit?
Yes.
Ms. Gertie?
Yes.
Mr. Smoke? Mr. Dodson? Yes. Mr. Wakachi?
Yes.
Okay, we got unanimous. Okay, next item on the agenda is the reports to council, starting with the enrollment report. The treasurer or the secretary is not here, and I don't have that information.
Get the
Okay.
tax report also, so we'll have to go to the financial report.
All right, we'll go to financial reports, Ms. Worley.
Okay, at this point, we didn't receive a financial report simply because the council authorized Finley and Cook to do all the financing. I did send an email to accounting, and they said that Becky is going to do that. I think next month. Well, I think Becky would be here next time.
Motion to table until next month.
Okay, we got a motion to table the financial reports by Ms. Ella Mae Worley and seconded by Ms. Jeannie Tidwell. We'll go ahead and take a vote. Mr. Thompson?
Assistant Chief was.
I'm sorry? Huh?
Assistant Chief made the motion.
Oh, is you that made the second?
Yeah, made the motion.
Oh, you made the
Motion to table
Oh.
till September.
Correction, I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
Jeannie seconded.
Yeah, motion to table by Mr. Thompson, second by Ms. Tidwell. All right, we're gonna come on. Go ahead and call for a vote. Mr. Thompson,
Yes.
Ella Mae Worley,
Yes.
Ms. Tidwell,
Yes.
Ms. Smith,
Well,
Mr. Steele, Ms. Benoit,
yes.
Ms. Gertie,
Yes.
Mr. Smoke, Mr. Dodson, Mr. Wakachi.
No.
No? Okay, the next report would be corporate board. Mr. Randall Hendricks.
Mr. Secretary and Chief, I don't even see Randall, but the corporate board, oh, there he is. Okay, sorry about that, Randall. What we'd like to do today, you have in front of you 3 years of financials, and so that was going to be our report for the auditor, Mr. Green and Associates, to come up, and I think you received these. I don't know, he sent these out to everybody. Everybody should have got them by email I don't remember, Thursday, I believe it was, we got them, and so forward them to you, and so you could kind of review them. But if Mr. Green and Ms. Cole would come up to the table and be able to answer and present these, I'm very excited. We finally got this. The corporate board is the first time in, I guess, the history of our tribe that we've had financials to present to the tribe from the corporate side. And it's certainly from the, since the redesigned corporate board in 2015, we didn't have anything, 15, 16, but now we had to kind of wait till we had 3 years of financials. Most investors, and for your grants and things like that, they require financials. And so I'm very proud of the report. It's a reflection of the corporate board members. Some of them are, when we started this new board in 15, Bill Rice unfortunately passed away in 16, and we lost him. He's the one that designed the Corporate Board Act. And Mr. McLemore, Ms. Malokas, Mr. Wilson, Ms. Walford. Chief was on there when we started as the chairman. And this is a reflection of the people that's been on the corporate board. And I'm proud of these. And I appreciate Mr. Green and Ms. Cole for doing a fine job and being patient. With the 217, we had a lot to do there. So if any council member has any questions, now's the time. As I told you in July the 11th meeting, that we'd have these completed on the 31st. And they did. They had them completed and presented to us on the 31st of this month. And so right now I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Green and Ms. Cole. If there's anybody have any questions for them, now's the time to get them answered. Thank you.
Thank you.
There we go, I think. Can you hear me? All right. We took this on back in the early part of the year, and it was a pretty good job. The initial year that we did 17, we had to accumulate a lot of the information for the initial work. So it took some time, but the staff was excellent. Everything we needed, they got for us. They knew what they were doing. There was some guidance that was required from us in regards to what was needed pertaining to an audit. And we helped them with some of the things that were required for their financials. But they knew what they were doing. You've got a good staff. So that part went fine. The reports on each of the year are clean opinions. Had there been a major problem, an issue of a material nature, those things would have been spelled out in the auditor's report. We did have some issues. There's always issues with any organization this size. There's errors, there's things that occur. There's things that you can do to make it more efficient, better for the reporting. And some of those things we've reported in the back of this audit. But like I said, in regards to material, financial issues that would have qualified this report and made it a bad report, there were none. So we did issue what's considered a clean opinion on all 3 years, and did a lot of the lead work for me with my staff. She was working on most of the field work. So I'm going to turn it over to her to kind of go over this with you. And if you have any questions, I'll be glad to answer them.
Thank you, Mike. Good morning, everyone. I would like to call your attention to the 2017 report. We're going to go over that one and then just talk about the changes in the 2018 and 2019, because they're basically the same reports, only with changes for the differences in the time periods. So you'll look at, if you take a look at page 2, that is the second page of the audit opinion, you will notice up at the top, the opinion says that the financial statements referred to here present fairly in all material respects the financial position of the business type activities for the UKB Corporate Board as of December 31st, 2017. This is reflected in the 18 report and the 19 reports as well. They're all clean opinions, as Mike stated. The next section of the report that's starting on page 3 is the section that you might want to take some time in a little while and read that. That is basically called the management discussion and analysis. That's the overview of like an executive summary of everything that's in the report. There's one in each audit report. Then you will find that we start our financial statements on page 7. And the financial statements are for the 3 entities with the corporate board. There was a 4th entity, but that entity never got off the ground. So we combined that entity for reporting purposes with the UKB corporate board.
So on number 7 right here, at the end
Yes.
of number 7, it
Yes,
says the net position at the end of the year.
yes.
So that is with all of the operating revenues and all the operating expenses taken out, correct?
Not quite. Basically, what that means is that is a residual type value that comes from taking all of your assets, all of your liabilities, and taking a net number. So that is basically a residual value on this report. It doesn't necessarily represent cash. People sometimes confuse that with cash, but that is more of a investment in that corporate board net value versus a cash number. But yes, that is, if you go to the next page there.
So what you're saying right there is this net position is the total of, after all expenses and everything, that's the total of what the corporate board is worth, though. right
Yes,
there.
that
With
is,
all assets, everything all
that is the
combined, everything.
net, yes, sir,
Yes,
that
okay,
is the
yeah.
net, that is
That's what I was
reported.
looking at, and
Yes,
just
that
wanted
is
to
the
make
net
sure that
that
I
is
was on the right
reported.
page and on the right track. Yeah.
If you had 100,000 in cash and you had 200,000 in receivables.
Yeah.
And then you had 700,000 in buildings, and you had no liabilities at all, well, your net position would be $1 million, which includes buildings.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that I was thinking the same way that was.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, that is correct. The bottom line, the net position, that takes into consideration everything. And if you just want to look at operations, if you look about the middle of the page where it says operating income, that would be the operating income only. Then you have below that any interest or transfers, or there would have been, other things at that time if you would have received a grant or something, which you did not in 2017. But that's how that flows.
So the operating income is the actual amount that we need to be looking at, that's what the corporate board has made for the year.
Basically, yes, that is the revenues minus expenses from operations.
All right.
So that's
Thank you.
your operating number. You also might want to take a look at page 8 at the cash flows. What this report does is converts that operating statement that you had on the previous page into a cash basis. And there are sections for operating activities, capital-related activities, and then there's an investment-related activities, which is 0 because there currently are no investments in 2017. But that's another statement that you would be interested in looking at. Then on the next page, page 9, these are the notes to your financial statements. And the notes basically give detail about the transactions that are reported in the balance sheet and the income statement, statement of net position, statement of activities. And so I won't spend a lot of time with the notes. I'll let you read those. But I do want to also call your attention to page 14. Because this is a governmental entity, we have to perform the audit with governmental accounting standards. And because we use those standards when we do our audit work, we must give you this report on internal controls. And this report on internal controls noticed 2 significant deficiencies that we reported to management. Basically, the first one, they're on page 16. The first finding is the management held open their books, and they had a valid reason for holding the books open. However, that's not a regular accounting practice, but they did hold their books open to be able to get an audit performed so they could close their books at the end of December 31st, 19 with materially correct numbers. So they did that on purpose. And we discussed that with management, and they will be implementing now closing the books each year. So I think, we appreciated their discussion with us, and we appreciated how they took our recommendations.
Yeah, that, by closing them at the end of each year, that gives them the ability to present a financial to you folks. If they're not closed, it's pretty difficult to present a financial because you've got an accumulation of years in the same
Can I
report.
say something that the constituents can understand? Basically, what you're saying is the results of the test disclosed no instances of noncompliance.
Yes, basically, I am saying that. There is a deficiency, but it's not considered not complying. It's just telling,
Improvements
yes,
need to be
it's a
made.
suggestion for improvement. And that's basically all that I have on 17. Just in the interest of time, 2018 and 2019 are very similar. I'm going to skip over 18 unless you had a question about it. Yes, sir.
Before you go to 18,
Yes, sir.
clear this for me, okay? I'm looking at this on page 8,
Yes, sir.
and right there on the 3rd section, it says cash flow from capital interest, from capital and related finance activities. It's got the principal of so much, and then the next item says interest and fees paid. It's in the negative. Why is that?
What this report is, it's something that is inflows and outflows. So if you're looking at a positive number, it was an inflow into the corporate board. If it is a negative number, it is an outflow out of the corporate board. So basically, you had a line of credit for $1.2 million that came in, and then you had to pay interest on that line of credit like you would pay to a bank, but you paid interest on that. So this is the amount that you would have written a check for to pay that interest.
What that is, Chief, is that's money that went out. That's cash that got used.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, the reason I asked, it must be on page 12 because you have the same thing come up, but you have a different set of interest on that. This time it's in the positive, so I'm kind of curious what that is. At the very top, you're in December 31st.
This is a little confusing, I admit, because some of the interest was accrued. In other words, will be payable in the next period. So you just recognize the interest in the year that it was charged, but you haven't actually paid it to the next year. That's part of this number. And then the interest here, some of this interest was also subtracted from the proceeds of the loan. So this really isn't a cash number. Your cash number is back on the statement of cash flows of what you actually paid out. Sort of like depreciation. You know how when you have an asset like a building and you are going to recognize $50,000 a year on depreciation on that building, that doesn't mean cash was paid out for that depreciation. It's just an accounting number. That's similar to this. This would represent your accrued interest on this loan because it was not all paid during 2017.
Okay, when I look at this, I see on the page 7, going back to that, statement of revenues, expense change in position, and that position down at the bottom at the year end, it has some pretty positive numbers. Now, that includes all what we said assets a while ago. Now, that's the buildings, the equipment, that's all that stuff too, right?
Yes, that is the net effect of what happened during the year. So if a large purchase was made or a loan was made, that would include cash proceeds from those things happening. If you want to just look at what happened for the business operations, like them making a loan and getting interest on it, you'll need to go up to about the middle of the page where it says operating income. And you'll notice your operating income was only $278,000. And then you had a large influx of transfers, cash in, that's below that. That was not earning from operation. That was transferred from another business entity. So either from the tribal government or from intercompany loans between the companies, the corporate board, the KCTS, or the superior funding is what that represents.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned that, transfer in and out. Seems like somewhere in there I read where there was $2.3 million that was transferred from the, for the gaming income from the corporate board back to the tribal government. Was that 2017? Yes.
Yes, basically what happened for that is for book purposes. So for the purposes of this report, gaming was not included in this report. So if you look at your prior year financials in 2016, where the corporate board was included but unaudited, they presented a number that represented the assets of the gaming, which was about 2.4 million. We had to take those assets out of that table in that report to present the number that's just for the corporate board, KCTS, and superior funding. So no actual cash was moved. It was just an asset number that was represented in a prior financial statement that would be removed for these financial statements.
So I have a question.
Yes. Yes.
Based upon that explanation, to the untrained eye, it would appear that that money just disappeared.
It does appear that way, I think. But accounting can be difficult to understand sometimes because there is book, which is your report, and then there is basically your general ledger, which is reality. And in your general ledger, you have that money in the general ledger. If you would run a report out of your general ledger, that money for the gaming is there. It is just not included in this report because we were not engaged to report on gaming.
Okay, so if you're basically don't have a basic understanding of business training, and most people don't, that's understandable. And you looked at those numbers flat without understanding that transfer, it would appear that money disappeared if you don't understand why it disappeared, so to speak, because it never disappeared. It just fell off the books because it got transferred.
Yes, basically it just got transferred. So it's there.
So an untrained eye would assume that wrongfully that it walked out, but it never walked anywhere. It's just the way the books are kept that it makes it appear that it's not there anymore, but it's really still there. It's just not recorded in the same aspect or the same way.
I can't disagree with that. I mean, I have a master's degree in accounting, so because I'm, educated on these processes, to me, it seems simple, but I can understand from a layperson who is not involved in accounting that could be very confusing for them. So one of the things that might alleviate that is to ask your corporate board to provide perhaps some quarterly statements or just a cash basis statement out of their general ledger so the members could see all the transactions.
Yeah, because basically my point, the reason I ask these questions is it's really not for my own personal edification. It's for the simple fact that there's some people out there within our populace that watches very closely, and I think rightfully so. We need to be watched closely. We
I think
need to
you
be
should,
scrutinized.
yes, yes.
Everything we do need to be above board.
Uh-huh,
And I just want the people that are watching online and wherever
uh-huh, uh-huh.
that we are working above board, and some of this stuff can get confusing. And
It
some of this
can
stuff,
be.
you know, if you don't understand why that money disappeared, it would, you know, some of there's a small aspect of our population that instantly resorts to saying there's something amiss, when really there's not.
Right, really there is not. And I agree with your concern. And, you know, I mentioned the idea of perhaps having some quarterly statements and things like that that people could refer to. But also, please know that during our work, Lacey Freeman, the accountant there, and also Randall Hendricks were very forthcoming with whatever they had in their books and records. And so we feel confident in our opinion that we gave on these financial statements. So I know in the future, we would probably be including gaming and including some of those things. And when those are included, then you will see them come back. But it can be confusing.
Yeah, and basically all I'm doing right now is just getting on the record a financial expert's opinion that it's really nothing amiss, so to speak. It's just the way the books are being kept and the way the money is recorded. It's just an accounting. It's just an
Yes,
accounting illusion.
it's an accounting language. And within my language, I can say nothing came to my attention that would make me overly concerned about money missing or money being misappropriated to the wrong account.
If it had come to our attention, you can bet.
Well, I mean, yeah, the reason I ask you guys is because that's your job, and I assume you're good at your job. That's your only job, and so
Yes, it is.
that's what you do. So you're the best people for me to ask that question and get a public account of your opinion, and that's all I'm doing.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I would just like to add to that right there. You said that in 2017, there was $2.4 million that went to a general ledger from the casino. And we haven't, as far as I know, the council or anybody else hasn't got to see any of these quarterly reports. The last meeting, we did pass a resolution to hold the corporate board accountable and start submitting these quarterly reports. And we're supposed to have one due on the 10th, I think, of August. They said 30 days, and that was on the 11th, July the 11th. So this quarterly reports are, you know, so on these quarterly reports, we should be allowed to see the general ledger, which would include this casino funds and stuff like that too.
I think that's probably up to how the management would want to present that, but I would imagine that it would be every account that is in their jurisdiction for the corporate board. I know there are some enterprise type funds, and you'll have to forgive me, I have spoken to Finley and Cook. As part of our audit, that would be a standard procedure to speak to Finley and Cook. And Becky and I had some dialogue about which funds do you report, which funds do I report, and we went through those funds. So for the funds that I report on currently, gaming is not included. So that's something that we would need to discuss with management to see how and what they would like to be included in that report in the future. In 19, I'll just go ahead and move to 19 again. I'd like to call your attention to page 6. And that's the start of the financial statements for 2019. And you will notice that they have added two major funds, which are two businesses. And then they have some non-major funds, which represent the smaller businesses, like the Achota Village. That is a small business, and it is reported in the non-major funds. But the other businesses, like the Signs Company and the River Brew House, are in this report. And then it's my understanding from the corporate board, they are also looking at some other businesses for investments, including starting with gaming again and starting with some restaurants and some things like that. And so as this grows, you will be seeing businesses added in their financial statements. Basically, that is the difference with the 2019 report, is you have additional entities that you will be looking at. And then I'd like to also call your attention to the back of the report, to the audit findings section that begins on page 16. We've already discussed finding 1 and finding 2, and those are the findings that we discovered in 17. And because we were auditing all 3 years, we had those same 2 findings all 3 years because the board hadn't had a chance to correct all of that yet. We did have 2 additional findings. That's on page 17. We spoke to management about these findings as well, and they have agreed that they would like to implement some procedures to correct the findings that we had. One finding was there is some confusion with KCTS of how to present their accounts receivable. They have 2 types of receivables. They have direct pay patients, and they have patients who pay by insurance or by Medicaid. And with those, though, there's 2 types of receivables, and they were a little confused on how to present those. We spoke with management. Management agrees. They are going to provide some training to the staff, so they will be changing that in the future. And then we also realized, because you had changed banks and gone from one bank to another, that the cash held in the bank was not fully collateralized. But the minute we brought this to management's attention, management contacted the bank, and they have now obtained collateralization for the money deposited. So these were also significant deficiencies. They were not material weaknesses. And
Yeah, I see that right there. It says the
Yes.
trial and balance provided for the audit was inaccurate.
yes,
So-
yes. it-
Question that I would have in regards to KCTS is I know they're taking Medicare, and I'm not sure about Medicaid money. And I know that they're just getting started,
Yes, they are.
and this is a whole new ballgame for us too.
Yes.
So I appreciate you guys coming in and doing this.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. We did find, like we said, part of Medicaid and Medicare and things like that, they are very difficult to start because there's a lot of laws and regulations you have to comply with. So because of that, it was just some confusion on how to report it. We spoke with them, and we feel like, they're going to be doing better now going forward, have a better understanding of how those work.
What we asked for the audits to do, and I believe we got it according to just that.
Okay, wonderful.
I appreciate that.
Yes, ma'am.
So with this audit, these audits, you're saying there's no evidence of embezzlement at all?
The type of audit we did isn't specifically an investigative audit. That's a different animal. We do look for fraud as part of our procedures, but we don't go in and look at every invoice that was issued. Usually an investigative audit is extensive and expensive, and the government doesn't require those for a general audit. the procedures that we performed, which were normal audit procedures for a government entity, we didn't find anything that indicated fraud or embezzlement, nothing, yeah. But like I said, it wasn't an investigative audit. If you have an investigative audit, they may look at every invoice that was issued. And it's, like I said, it gets expensive. We look at usually a sample of things to determine that nothing's materially misstated. That's what we're doing in this type, a government audit.
Yes, I saw nothing while I was on site, looking at the invoices and looking at things that would give me any excessive concern about a fraud.
Wonderful.
Yeah, that's good. You don't want that. But had we seen something, I mean, that's what we do. We would have reported it to you.
Yes. Are there any other questions?
So certainly we thank you for all that and everything. In looking at this, it looks pretty good, but when you look at each page 8 on each one of those years, I guess that last number is a pretty good number as well, correct?
I think you are trending in the right direction. You need to realize in 2019, some of those business entities are in the negative, but it's because they're startup companies. And you have to invest quite a bit of money in a startup company. It probably takes 4 to 5 years to really get a company off the ground and get it to where it's starting to be positive figures. But I definitely think it's the right direction.
Correct. And in the planning and in the planning stages, that stuff should already been taken care of. Correct. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have one more question. In regards to where you recommended that all cash funds be fully collateralized, was that with just the KCTS or was it with other departments also?
That was the corporate board in its entirety.
Okay.
What we do is add up all of their cash accounts, and that would be depository accounts as well as any certificates of deposit, anything that's considered a depository account. If it's not insured by the FDIC, because that is limited at $250,000. So if they have over that FDIC insurance, the amount over that needs to be collateralized.
If banks failed, you'd lose that.
I know.
That's why.
Yes, but it's, yes. Yes, and there are things you can do. You can do sweep accounts, you can do collateralization. There are things that the bank will help you with to protect your cash. Thank you for letting us present today.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for that report, and we'll look forward to the end of this year, hopefully, in the corporate board. Okay, I want to bring up our legal department, Ms. Pansy Morshire, to address a very serious issue that has surfaced, and I think she'll continue with the report with Randall, and we'll get this covered. I think it's out on Facebook and I don't know, in the paper, that there's possible criminal charges that's going to be filed against the corporate board members. So we're going to address this right now and try to put this thing to rest. And Ms. Morshire, I'll turn it over to you right now. No, I think right here, it went to the public, so I think it needs to be addressed in public. Yeah.
I think it's up to council, how council chooses to proceed, if council wants to proceed in executive session or with the public. It is concerning that it appears to me that based upon newspaper reports that there is information that has been leaked to the public. Really, it appears to be politically motivated. And so I think that the public does have some interest in it. There could be some things that are privately needing to be discussed, but I think at this point that's been really waived by speaking to the public.
So are you requesting to move it to executive session?
I believe that public needs to know.
Carry on.
Okay, I prepared a letter to the Attorney General, and I'm not sure if any of you have had an opportunity to read that. I was informed a few weeks ago that from the Attorney General that a police report had been submitted by a council member, and that was Councilman Jeff Wakachi. I'm sorry. The report was basically based upon a claim of embezzlement, alleging that the corporate board had committed a crime.
Have you even read the accounts on that right there? It doesn't say anything about embezzlement on my report. It states misconduct.
Okay,
So if the police report states embezzlement, then that's what the police had come up with. Mine was misconduct.
okay, if we could, we'll give the opportunity for the attorney to make the statement. At the end, we can come back and question that, if that's okay with everybody. All right? Thank you.
And I'll go ahead and address that concern right now. The complaint that was made to the police clearly is a complaint about embezzlement. That was, why would you go to the police unless you're alleging a crime, right? If it is not a crime and it's just something that the corporate board isn't following the corporate board act, then look in the corporate board act and see what the appropriate procedure is. It certainly isn't to go file a police report. It is to contact the Attorney General and to contact tribal council. If you look in the corporate board act and you look in the letter that I prepared to the Attorney General, it states the proper process. So one would question why the need was felt to go to the police department to make an allegation. So I'd first like to address the allegation that the corporate board took money that it wasn't supposed to take. The basis of that allegation is that the corporate board raised their stipend, and tribal council is the authority that has the ability to raise the stipend, approve the stipend. So the corporate board, I don't know how many of you know this, I'm sure that tribal council is aware of this. The amount of stipend that the corporate board receives is $150 per month. You're talking individuals that basically work a full-time job to work for the corporate board. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, they're doing things to advocate and promote the corporate board and to promote the tribe. There's an extensive amount of time. I mean, they end up making like less than $1 an hour, right? I mean, it's insanely low. The corporate board discussed and voted to raise the pay to $500 for 2 meetings per month because a second meeting was trying to be added so that tribal council could conveniently attend the meetings. They never paid themselves the money because it hasn't been approved by tribal council yet. At no point in time, did anyone from tribal council contact, especially the complainant, contact the corporate board to find out if in fact that amount had been, an increased stipend had been paid. But yet a police report was filed alleging that the corporate board was illegally taking money, which never happened. And the problem with that is that it violates the code of ethics. Tribal council is subject to the same code of ethics that the corporate board is subject to, because all members of tribal council are members of the corporate board by virtue of being on tribal council. If you look at the attachment that I submitted with my letter, it goes through what you're supposed to do. One of the things is you can't take information that you gain by virtue of being on tribal council or the corporate board and use it for your own personal interest. You can only use it in your role as a tribal council member or in your role as a corporate board member. Chief, I don't understand how you can go and file a police report and then publicize the filing of a police report, publicize that the corporate board may be charged with a crime, and then say that that is for any purpose other than your own political motivation. In our culture, in today's time, that has to be unacceptable conduct. We want the corporate board to make money. It benefits everyone in the tribe. But when we have false statements going out accusing corporate board members of committing crimes, what do you think the impact is for businesses to engage in business with us? What trust does that give us in the community? Because it erodes that confidence, and it's completely unnecessary. The other issue was, and I want to work with council on this, and I've been working with the Attorney General on this, is that infrequently, tribal council members request to review contracts or other information from the corporate board. If you remember back in the May meeting, there was a request for some information from KCTS, and Mr. Rakoczy, did I pronounce that correctly? Wakachi. I'm going to get it better. Mr. Wakachi had gone to a subsidiary corporation that's owned by the corporate board and obtained some confidential information. Then he came to the tribal council meeting, and then he, with no notice to anybody, he hadn't gone and asked any questions from anyone at all, but marched around the room complaining about the numbers for KCTS. He can come and inspect any of the corporate board records at any time. The Corporate Board Act provides that he can go and look at them during business hours. And I want to note that if you remember, there were documents passed out by him that he had questions about. And I said, give us 10 days and we can get you some answers. But the problem with that is that he took the documents back. And then he never went to Ms. Freeman and asked any questions about the KCTS numbers. And he never came to a single corporate board meeting, not a single one, hasn't been there, to ask any questions about the KCTS numbers. He's never contacted Lacey to ask her. The only thing that he contacted Lacey to ask was whether or not the corporate board had paid themselves a stipend. That was it. Lacey said no. So going back to the 10 days, I wanted to help to get him the answers that he wanted. So I emailed him a few weeks ago, and I asked him to provide those documents so that I could get him some answers. He would not give me the documents. The Attorney General told him, you can give her the documents. I never got the documents. Now, what is reality? Is it reality that he had questions and wanted information on KCTS? Is that truly the point? And if it was, then why wasn't I provided the documents so I could help get the answers? Why was Lacey Freeman never contacted in order to provide the information for the questions? Questions are good. Giving information is good. We want to be transparent, right? The corporate board wants to do everything it can do to help the tribe. Does that help the tribe to make those complaints but not want the answers? And you got to look at what's the real purpose behind that. So we want to make documents available. Obviously, you start getting into some issues whenever you start asking for confidential information that's protected by law. So for example, asking for a subsidiary corporation's employees' background checks, right? That would be an example. I mean, there are some serious privacy concerns. We can't all just be marching into any company that we own and then going through people's personnel files. I mean, that's not allowed. And nobody's going to want to work for us if they think that anybody's going to be going and looking through their private confidential information, looking at their social security number, looking at their driver's license, looking at their health problems, their disabilities, their HIPAA, right? You can't do that. So we want to work with council. We want to make sure that whatever information that you need, that you have access to, we want to be transparent. I'm working with the Attorney General on making sure that that happens as well. But frankly, this nonsense has to stop because it is impacting the ability of the corporate board to do its job. The last thing that I want to address, and I'll be brief, is that there was a news article on the website that was posted, and it has a statement made about the corporate board not providing profits back to the tribe. And
Okay, what newspaper was that?
so it was on the government website, and it was an article that was written by Brittany. I'm sorry, I forget her last name. Bennett. But it has a statement made by Mr. Wakachi that says they're supposed to be giving 30% of its profits to the tribe. They haven't given any funds since May of 2017. And then it concludes with, we're going to hold them accountable to this Corporate Board Act, and they have to answer to us, the tribal council. Right, and that was a statement made by a tribal council member, right? And the issue with that is it certainly implies that the corporate board is doing something improper. And we try to talk about this a lot, but think about the number of businesses that have been developed. Even now, just whenever you were listening to the accountants, they were talking about the businesses that are new. There are so many great things that are happening that are being done by the corporate board. I mean, you have the RV park, you've got the brew pub, you've got the construction company, you've got KCTS that's doing great now. You've got Superior's going to increase their portfolios. You've got a facility now that's in Tahlequah. I mean, we have a lot of really great things going on. And so those things require for us to take money and reinvest in those businesses. So, and as all of you know, for a long period of time, KCTS was losing a lot of money. So it was in debt. And so it has a lot of debt that it has to pay back. So there hasn't been any profit that could be dispersed yet because we had money that we owed, got to pay your bills first. And then we had to reinvest so that we can develop new businesses for the tribe. And that's what we've done. And so there hasn't been a profit to disperse. But those kinds of comments to publish are irresponsible and they're misleading. And I question those having occurred at the time of an election. It seems to me that it's designed to try to reflect poorly upon the corporate board. And again, that violates the code of ethics. I really would encourage you, if you haven't had a chance to read the letter, to please read the letter. And I would strongly encourage you to read the code of ethics that's attached at the addendum A. That code of ethics, if you go through there are numerous violations based upon the conduct that I've described so far. If you have any questions, I would be happy to take them.
I have some questions.
Yes.
What evidence did he present to the police, whoever, in regards, and were embezzlement charges filed?
Well, if you look at the police report, I mean, there really is no evidence. There was a summary of some code
It's on the
Basically
email.
hearsay.
There was some summary of some code sections and some written complaints. There was a written statement by the councilman. There was, interestingly, a letter from the chief that was attached. And that is a signed and dated letter that was dated May 22nd that was addressed to me. Now, I didn't even receive the letter until July, the very end of July, I believe. And my copy wasn't even signed, and it definitely wasn't dated. And I immediately picked up the phone as soon as I read it and called the Attorney General, because that's who I had received it from. And we had a conversation. But again, the councilman never went and asked any questions about any of those topics prior to going and filing a police report.
I can remember talking about that in a council session whenever someone stated that the council had given themselves a raise. And, but it had not been proven. And they may have bounced it around because they really needed it, but they didn't approve it, they didn't pass it, they didn't put it into effect. So basically, nothing was done. I mean, there was no raise given to themselves, the corporate board. And And in regards to everything else, you know, one of the things that we took a pledge as council people was that we would do no harm to this tribe. And to me, that is doing harm to the tribe. And to me, that it's also grounds for impeachment. I have been told more than once, our conduct on this council depends upon our integrity, our honesty, and, you know, and the goodness of the people that we serve. We're not here for ourselves and for the grandiosity of being on council. And this has not been one of the best experiences of my life, I can say honestly. But this is representing a people that can't represent themselves. I represent 740 people that are on that Katua roll. And you know, one of the things I made a promise to them is that I would always deal with things with honesty and integrity. And integrity means to me doing right even when no one is looking. And this does cause harm to the tribe. We talked about this from the very beginning when we first came onto this council. Jeannie has stated that over and over, how Facebook has been so detrimental to the Katua people and how the media portrays us basically is very important. And so, you know, as far as I'm concerned, this has done harm to the tribe. And I honestly don't know where Jeff is coming from with this, and I can't say. But as for me, myself, you know, I don't know what it takes to impeach a council. But, you know, as far as I'm concerned, we need to do something right.
Okay. We had the opportunity, we gave the opportunity to let the council speak, and at the same token, I think we have the opportunity to allow Jeff to speak if he wants.
I got something I want to address right here first in this. I guess it's a website that our editor put out there. It says it was indicated outside of the meeting by some tribal council members, which means it's more than one, that possible criminal charges may have also been filed against the corporate board. But as of press time, additional information was not available. The representative from Going Snake just made a very good statement about integrity. You know, I've been in business several years. I've never been sued. I'm proud of that. Every job that I've ever contracted, I brought them in on time. I've never had a liquidated damages clause processed or served on me. I'm proud of that. That's a reflection of, I think, my willingness to get up and go get after it. You know, I've never filed bankruptcy. And there was times when you're in the construction business that sometimes that may be an option, but I weathered a lot of storms in my career. So I'm proud of that too. But when something like this goes out in the paper or out on the website or whatever, I don't know where all the social media stuff is, I don't watch it. It's kind of damaging and it's kind of upsetting for me, but I also serve on this board with some people that have, I consider people of good integrity in the past and currently. I can't speak for them, but I know that they're not very happy at this going out in the public. Some of them sit on other boards, serve on other boards out in the other communities. And I ask everybody sitting out there in that audience today, you know, how would you like to have it come out that you're looking at criminal charges being filed against you when there's no justification for that at all? Now, the word embezzlement doesn't go away easily. People are not going to hear that Jamie Thompson was proved innocent. No, that didn't hold water, but they'll always remember that he was charged with embezzlement. Because people like to dwell on negative. I don't know why. I guess they're angry or something. I don't know. if they have anger issues, I'd like to remind everybody, and they showed a village over, we have a very good anger management program over there, and I'd recommend some of you people that are angry all the time, go there. Maybe they can help you. But I'm not very happy with this, Jeff. I'm just telling you right now, I'm not very happy with this at all. I don't know what your motives were. Only you and the Lord knows that. And, but I'll tell you right now that I'm not taking this lightly.
Thank you for that. Do you want to visit just a minute?
Yeah. I would just like to start out by just saying that, that the original statements, I haven't spoke with Brittany or anything. I made them right here in the public on the Facebook, live streaming, everything. The public was here. I made the statements. That's where she got it from. I guess she watched the video because I did make those statements, because that's the truth. And we just talked to the accounting department right here, and they just said that 2017, 2018, 2019, there's funds, there's losses, everything like that. We went through, they showed us what the corporate board was making, and in 1 year they had profits, the other 2 they haven't had profits. You talk about how profitable and how good the corporate board is right now, how well they're doing and everything. But that's what I'm saying is you're not providing reports to us. You're not letting us know. And you say, how come I don't come to your meetings? Well, I work. You guys did make a thing to where I could come in the evenings. Now y'all are starting to do that. But this meeting right here is our meeting. These people right here, this is our meeting. This is where you're supposed to come and bring the reports to the people and let everybody know the truth right here. This is where transparency should be, right here. I'm not required to go to a corporate board meeting, but you, everybody on the corporate board is required to come here and provide transparency to the people.
They
And you're
have
not
been,
doing
Jeff.
it.
They come every
You're
month.
not doing it.
They give
You're
a
not
monthly
doing it.
report.
Sharon, thank you.
And on the reports, there's some show different things each year, each month. You got superior funding. Sometimes superior funding's on there. Sometimes KCTS is on there. Sometimes it is. Sometimes it's not. You can look right here. So it's sometimes it's there. Sometimes it's not. As long as the thing can come up and you're in the negative, then you're fine with it. But then at the end of the day, the reports that in the audits, you're making money. You're making money. And that's what it's all about right now, is the tribe is in a deficit right now. In a deficit. And it's your job to go out and provide funds for the general funds, for the people. And you go in and you say, you're not making any funds, you're not doing this, you're not doing that. And so, but then you can go and vote to give yourselves a raise. And even you can watch on the video, even everybody lied. Randall said he wasn't there. Eddie said he wasn't there. Jamie said he wasn't there. Everybody said they wasn't there. But according to the minutes that's been provided in the evidence, they were there. The vote was a 5-0 vote. But they can sit right here on this Facebook right here, live stream, and say they wasn't here. I don't know. I had a proxy. So that's what I'm getting at is we just want some accountability, some truth, some transparency, and it's time that gets done.
Okay, you finished? Thank you. You, what?
Thank you. So I wanted to address council because at this point, I don't think you all understand what I do here. There is nothing different about my job than when I started back in July of 2018. Every meeting you have out here is public. There are people that watch on Facebook. So if you're ashamed of how you act here, that's on you. What I'm here to do at the end of every council meeting, I go through and I watch it. I transcribe every quote. That's where I got Jeff's quotes. He said them out here in public. That was not words that I put in his mouth. He spoke for himself, and I allowed him that opportunity in my story. I presented all sides of that story. I presented the way that Jeff came about. I presented the way Eddie and the way Jamie wanted to defend themselves in that story. The allegations outside that were made outside of the council meeting, I felt obligated to put those in. That's transparent for the public. I did my due diligence by trying to follow up on those allegations. I sent an email to our Attorney General, and I said, hey, I have been asked to look into this. I would rather not do it in an unbiased way. I'd rather do it in a story like I do every month. Can you comment? Can you help me out? What's the legal advice? He replied back to me, I can't comment because it is an open criminal matter. And that's all I left it at. I'm thinking, okay, well, it'll play out in the next council meeting. We'll see what happens in the next council meeting. So I didn't put any of your business out there. You're doing that right now on your own. So I just want to be very clear about that. I put allegations. I did not say people have been charged. There are definitely charges against this person, this person, this person. They've been served by a court. I did not put that in my story. I stick by trying to be as unbiased as I can when I write these meetings. That is how every media outlet works. Have you read a Telequad Daily Press story? They've done stories on our council meetings. It's the same thing. So I just want to take the opportunity to defend myself here and also point out there is no resolution. I even asked when I started, is there any resolutions concerning the newspaper? Is there anything that I need to be held accountable to? You sat right here and you told me, we trust your judgment. It's fine. We're going to move on. So I've done that. There has not been an issue from that point on. So now that we're starting to get into legal stuff that people don't like to see out there, I'm sorry, it happened in the meeting. For things that happened outside the meeting, I've tried to do my due diligence by checking those out, checking out the claim. Like I said, I did not put anything out there that said, for sure, these charges have been filed. Somebody is going to jail. Allegations is the word that I used. I just want to be very clear about that. Thank you.
Hold on just a second there. You being very clear, you said by some tribal council members. That means there's more than one. Who were those council members?
That is a blanket term that I'm using at this time because I don't know where I am in terms of, I guess, repercussions with my job. Because the issue that I also have is there's no EDTO. I have 4 supervisors.
Well, I understand all that.
They're you.
I understand all
So
that.
if I'm being asked by one person to do something and one person, another to do something, how do I resolve that where I'm standing?
Right. Well, it sounds like you was influenced by somebody to print this, or some council members.
Everything in there was based off of what happened here in the public.
Yeah, but this is as outside.
You called me that day.
Outside.
Yes, you called me and you said the corporate board attorney will be getting a hold of you. We need those names.
Outside of council members, outside of meeting. I'm reading this. Is your writing? I didn't write it.
Yes, I'm aware.
Who are the council members that influenced you?
And I told you that I was not ready to answer that without HR or somebody present.
Okay, that sounds good.
Because I feel like there's an employee issue
You
there.
haven't forgotten who they were, but you know who they are. Is that correct?
Do you want me to say? Chief Bunch sent me a text message asking me.
It was me.
So I have you as a supervisor, and I have you as a supervisor. One wants this, one wants that. So my decision here is let's do a story. I will present all sides. I will ask questions. I can't help it if I ask those questions and I got no response from your Attorney General. I can't change that, and I can't put words in people's mouths.
All right.
I would like to finish up with there is evidence, and it has been sent out to everybody, all the council. Attorney General sent it out this morning at like 6:09 a.m. So there is evidence attached to it. So if y'all would just check your emails, you can see the evidence that is attached with the charges that have been filed. You can actually see the wording and that I filed. It's misconduct. It's not embezzlement. It's misconduct 1 and 2. There's 2 charges. One was the corporate board voted to give themselves a raise without council's approval. The number 2 is in March. On March 11th, 2020, we passed a resolution that they would provide all contracts, everything. And they still haven't provided any information to us. And so that right there is breaking the law. The Corporate Board Act, that's a law. That's a tribal law. You're breaking the law. You're breaking a tribal resolution. Once we pass that, that is a law. That makes that tribal law. You're
In a
breaking
court of law,
tribal
would
law.
that be called embezzlement?
You're breaking tribal law. I did not say embezzlement. The
And the
police
files,
report
the
is the
charges
one
are
that
in
says
files?
embezzlement.
Did they just decide? The police just said, oh, okay, you said this, but we're gonna put this.
Yeah, it's a tight.
Okay. Okay.
It's a classification. When you look at crimes and kind of look at what the elements are, you classify it to that. So it's just a classification. Now, they can change. If they want to change the wording, everything was sent to the Attorney General. If he wants to change it to misconduct, he can. But when you look at it as the withholding of funds and stuff like that, that falls under kind of embezzlement.
There's a big difference between civil law and criminal law.
Embezzlement's a criminal law.
If it's misconduct, it's civil law.
You're withholding if
embezzlement,
there's
criminal law.
evidence of somebody stealing from the tribe or
What
withholding
charges did he
funds from the
file?
tribe, it's embezzlement.
What charges did he file? Embezzlement?
He put down embezzlement, the officer
Okay,
did.
well, that's a criminal law.
Yes, it is.
Good.
It's just a classification how he puts it down, because we have classifications on the report, how you look at the crime, you look at the elements of what is being alleged, and you go to that classification. If it falls under embezzlement or somewhere near that, that's what you put.
Charlie, you just stated that withholding funds. How did this gentleman that filled out this report determine that there was funds being withheld?
Well, if the CAB board's not, the withholding of funds is not giving money to the tribe. The CAB board is not giving money to the tribe. That's the allegation, correct?
No, I think it's embezzlement. Embezzlement is what I see on here, and then I see where
But
Jeff signed this.
what is embezzlement?
There's not any other.
You're keeping funds, you're supposed to be paying it out, and you're keeping it
No,
to the CAB.
I have to interject at this point. The allegation was not about the allegation was specifically that UKB corporate board gave themselves a raise without council approval. That was the first allegation that he made. That was part of what was in his police report. That was in his handwriting. That was the basis initially for the report. But again, I mean, that's alleging a crime occurred.
Right.
And he did no investigation to determine whether or not the corporate board had paid themselves. He talked to Ms. Freeman, who told him they hadn't done it. And I don't know the date of that, but clearly it was motivated by his own interest. If it was an interest as a tribal council member, he would have come to tribal council and addressed it here, or gone to the corporate board and addressed it there.
Okay, we're talking about classification. You're talking about a whole other deal. You're talking about his motive, if he has motives or not. I don't know what his motive is. I'm going by what the officer, the information that was given to the officer. That's what he felt it should apply under, and that's how he filed it. Now,
I agree. That's what he was alleging. He was alleging
Okay.
embezzlement, somebody
so
taking
that's how we
funds.
got to embezzlement.
Absolutely.
Okay.
I agree with you.
Okay.
I mean, he's alleging that the corporate board committed embezzlement because he's alleging they took money that wasn't theirs.
So everybody's griping about the word embezzlement. You just agreed with me that's how it should have been. The classification was correct. Am I correct?
I completely agree that
Okay.
factually, that's what he was alleging the corporate board
Okay.
did.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, I like, as a
All
member
right.
of the board, I'd like to say something.
Yes.
I'm probably the most junior member of the entire board. I haven't been on there as long as everybody else.
Yeah, thank you.
But I've never seen any untoward acts by any of these members, anybody associated with the board. If there's anything that they've done that would even border on just inappropriate actions, they've concealed it really good because I've never seen it. I don't know what the basis is. I don't know what the motivations are. And on the other hand, to address the subject of Mr. Wakachi, I've always felt that he's a stand-up guy. And if he honestly and truly believes there's something going wrong, I think that he has every right to look into it. But we have a right to defend ourselves. I do believe Mr. Wakachi, if he believes there's something wrong and he wants to look into it, I strongly encourage it.
There's a proper way in doing stuff like that.
Yeah. I mean, there's procedures that should probably need to be followed without causing a big stir and a public outcry. But it is what it is. I mean, he followed his motivations, assuming that it was sincere. I agree with his right to do it. I don't agree with how he did it. I just agree with he has a right to do that if he wants to do that.
Let me ask you this, Randall. This what went on, what kind of impact is it going to have on your vendors wanting to work with you?
It will and has had a negative impact. There's lost trust. We know we work hard to build trust with some of these vendors so that we can be in a mutually beneficial relationship.
So basically, this is a black cloud.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, to move on from my personal feelings about Mr. Wakachi, on the flip side of that, I have never seen any member associated with the corporate board, from accounting to the board members to our legal staff to our manager, that indicated anything inappropriate to me. And I've worked directly with them. I wasn't going through paperwork. I sit down with them and talk to them. And I've never seen anything untoward or anything nefarious that was taking place among these people. I don't know if it's a sincere motivation, it needs to be investigated and proven that it's not correct. Because if I think you killed somebody, I'm going to report you. If you did it, you're going to get caught. If you didn't do it, then you're fine. But this board, in my opinion, has never done anything that I could perceive as being inappropriate or illegal. I've never seen it. The board members don't have direct access to any direct money, so we're not just handing checks out to each other. It doesn't work that way. There's a process that has to go through. They have the accounting and all that systems that are in place. It's an organization. It's not a group of 5 people just sitting there handing each other checks. And somebody had mentioned earlier that we gave ourselves a raise, but for some reason I'm not aware of it. And to this day I'm not. Somebody's getting my cut because I haven't seen it.
Okay.
But I don't believe that, I will defend, because I work directly with these people, and I've never seen any of them do anything that was unseemly. If they're doing something that's illegal or there's any misconduct, they're doing it behind the scenes. And to disparage every single member associated with that board, I think it's just at best incorrect, because I'm not aware of that. He's back there, they're back there. They're stand-up guys. Jamie's holds the ship together. He's a good. You work with the board, and I know that you could verify that they never.
Let me
done
ask y'all a
anything.
question. Would y'all work for $150 a week or a month? Would you?
If I volunteered for it.
No. They love their people that much. There's a difference between that, what you're talking about. These people got a
That's what I'm
heart
saying,
for the
is if I
people. Listen to them,
volunteered
I'm
for
talking
it.
here.
Okay.
There's a violation of our Constitution, what you just did. And there's consequences to that. You need to stop and think what you do before you open your mouth.
All right.
What you say.
Wait a minute. Hey, I think if you look at the policy, it says that each one of us has a ethnic right to bring this forward if it doesn't get handled in the arena. So you need to look at that.
Okay,
You
they
need
made,
to
they
start
made,
practicing
they
it.
made
Wait
room
a
for
minute,
every
wait a minute.
councilman here
I've
to
listened to
attend the
this.
meeting. Not one of
I've
them has
listened
ever
to this.
showed
Order,
up.
order here.
But then now they want to accuse them for
Okay.
stealing money?
You're accusing him, all of you guys are accusing him. Now, wait a minute, he brought this forward. Let's go through it. Let it have the opportunity to work. Come on. Now, what I want to say is this. Clarify some issues that you stated here. You stated that none of the council has ever been at any of the council meetings and talked about any of these issues, particularly the raises and things of that nature. Well, I may or may not be counted as council, but I was there. And I did say something along the line, if you have the money, give yourself a raise, but you need to get it approved by the council. So we need to go back and look at that. The other thing is we've had an opportunity to air this out. We've aired it out. Let's move forward, okay? If we request information, let's see if we can get it done,
Yeah,
right? We're
that's-
adults here, are we not?
Yeah, and that's my whole motivation is we passed that resolution in March 11th, for y'all to provide these documents to the council. The deadline at that time was March 29th to provide that. We didn't hear anything at all, nothing at all, nothing. We didn't get anything at all at that time. So in my eyes, going to the light horse and doing it that way was the only way that I was going to get anything done.
That is simply untrue. That is simply not true what you're saying.
Okay, what did you give to us then?
You came over and received copies of contracts. And do you understand
That
the
was
difference?
in May.
Excuse me. Let me talk. Do you understand the difference between corporate board records and subsidiary corporations and subsidiary LLC documents? I'm just asking, do you understand the difference? What is the difference to you? What is the difference to you? I don't know how I can help if you won't even answer my question.
Okay.
But contracts were provided and he can come over at any point in time and review corporate board documents. So, but that hasn't occurred since then. And if there is any contract that we had, anybody can come and look at that if it's a corporate board record, absent a confidentiality provision. But let's go back again to, he had subsidiary LLC documents and won't give them to me so that we can answer his questions about it. I mean, that's the point. And instead he goes to the police department.
The AG asked for those back. The AG said he was going to destroy those. So the AG got those.
The
And
AG told you that you could give me a copy of them.
He told everybody.
The AG emailed you and told you you could give me a copy of the documents that you had. Do you still have the documents?
Everybody had to give it back to the AG before we left executive session.
You brought them.
He asked for it back. Did you or did you not, AG, ask for all those documents?
Yes, you did.
Jeff, did you keep a copy of the documents?
We gave those
Did
back.
you keep a copy of the documents that
No,
you brought to the meeting? Did you keep a copy?
We gave those to the AG.
Did you keep a copy?
All right.
What'd I say?
Mr.
I'm
Hendricks.
answering your question.
Mr.
We
Hendricks,
all
are you ready
gave
to
those
give
to
your
the
report?
AG
Okay.
at the end of
Soon as we
executive
get this
session,
done,
and he said he
you're
was
up,
going to
right?
shred them.
Okay.
I didn't bring those documents. I collected copies to shred at the end of the meeting. I can't verify whether anyone kept copies.
Did you count them?
No, I did not. Maybe I should start counting.
All right.
May
Thank
I
you.
make a suggestion? We could go round and round with this for the rest of the day, but let him have his day in court. If he filed charges, whatever, we have a court system. Let's leave it there. We could bounce this around all day, and we've already gotten all the information that we need
Okay.
and may do more investigating. But
Thank you.
That's my
Yes.
suggestion.
All right, let's let Mr. Hendricks finish up here.
I got one thing I want to add here, Chief. You went on record here that you influenced that young lady to put this in this paper. I think that's abuse of power. And I think that's a violation of Constitution. So I want that to be known.
Okay. Mr. Hendricks,
You've got financials information.
hang on just a second. Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna give you kind of a crash course in how, when a police report is filed, we get the information, a complaint is made. That complaint is kind of looked at, it is sent, we send it to our AG. He looks at it and looks to see if it's enough evidence to file the charges or to dismiss those charges. So there may be a court, there may not be a court, but once he looks at all the evidence and everything, he will decide if we will follow through with this or they won't. I just wanted to clarify that.
All right. Thank you.
Was this actual paperwork filed with the AG or was it filed with somebody else?
It was filed to us. We did the report and then I sent the information to the AG.
It went to Clint?
Yes,
Okay.
our AG. That's who I send my information, the reports to.
Okay.
Because he's our prosecuting attorney for the tribe. So
Okay.
that's, no information goes out, it goes to him. Okay?
Who's Truman Carter?
I guess I was under the misunderstanding. I was told he was our prosecutor
I
also.
just asked you who Truman Carter was.
I guess he's our ICW prosecutor. Okay. So I was clarified on that. So everything goes to Clint.
That's where I was a little confused because I had thought that Mr. Carter was brought into the situation and I didn't know that it had.
And it was I guess he's our ICW prosecutor. So I was told he was our prosecutor, and maybe
So
I
you were just
misunderstood.
misinformed, but then it did go.
But yes,
Okay.
I did send it to Clint.
All right.
Clint got all the information. So I just wanted to clarify that's how charges are, and when we get them, and where we send the information.
Okay.
All right. Thank you. Now, Mr. Hendricks.
Well, all this is my report. You've received financials and information on the audit. You can see where things stand right now. This does conclude my report.
You guys had until the 10th to provide some funds to the tribe. Can you let the folks know what that was, or if any?
Our auditors, the accountants they were going to present, but they may be a conflict because they're doing our audits. So we're going to have the official report for you.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Morshire.
Thank you. All right, moving along. Next item on the agenda is the public. What I understand is on the agenda, it has childcare with Christy Kirk. She won't be here today. She does not have her report. So
We're going to go back to the enrollment and tax report.
enrollment and tax report. Whoops.
Okay, the tax report, I emailed to you after we found out that we were extending our meeting. So I went ahead and just emailed it to you, the financials that Sheila, did you all receive them? I've been having issues with my system too. A lot of my emails weren't going out, but I didn't get a response that they didn't. So JD Young has been working on that. So I did, and I can't even remember the date that I sent those, but it's the usual report that Sheila prepares. regarding her daily logs. And that's regarding the tax report. Also, the tag office has a new intake clerk. That's Georgia Malden. She just come aboard. And so there's Sheila, Georgia, and Jamie in the office now. I received some calls regarding issuance of tags of the time frame of waiting outside and the heat. So I had some responses with Council Tidwell of trying to amend some of these changes. So at that time, I have an attachment here of the change of hours I will hand out to you that Sheila has posted. But other than that, those are the changes in the tag office.
I was wondering, I don't know if you recall here, that's been a few months ago that I asked to see if y'all could actually move your office maybe one or twice a day in a month, a month.
To a
Once or
satellite
twice
out.
a month to Stillwell, so the people there wouldn't have to drive all the way up here, just, it would help a lot of people, because there's a lot of people in my cut area that barely get to Stillwell, more or less get
Okay.
here.
And I remember that question you have brought, and I was going to bring this up in kind of like an announcement. There's a building in Stillwell that's right on the line between Going Snake and Flint. It's right there by at the light by Means Furniture. There's
By
a
the
hair
insurance company?
by that Cassie Ford hair salon. I seen where they've posted a building right there, and it has everything, utilities. And so I was going to ask the comptroller, Becky, about could you utilize that till December, because we're trying to not all the gathering, do the social distancing, and we could set up down there, and it's like $700 a month, but it has everything there, and
Is
you
the
could
building for
utilize.
sale?
And the building's there, right
Is it
next
for
to the hair
sale?
salon. Yeah, it's not for sale. He's just renting it out. But that was one option, that you could take the tag over there probably on a Monday and Friday when we're closed
Yeah.
here. So.
Anything
that-
would help.
Okay, so that's there right now. I think his name's Shane Ford. So I told him I would be addressing this to the council, and I would get back with him. And then I will be contacting Becky of Finley and Cook. So that would help Sharon, Council Benoit's district, some of the Going Snake, and then some of the Flint in there. So that's something I had been looking into, maybe utilizing that to help out everybody having to pile up here. So, but in regards to that, that's the tax report. And then I'll go on to my enrollment report. At that time, Norma Jimerson and myself was there. Robert Whitekiller, I did call. He had a knee problem. He's been having issues. And Georgia Hogner, she's still at a high risk. She's been having some heart problems, so I didn't want her to risk coming in and getting exposed or anything outside there. But we did speak by phone. But at that time, we had 7 applicants for new membership, and we had 1 request for tribal relinquishment. The individual that requested tribal relinquishment, he did not mark just one reason for relinquishing. He marked all that implied. So, but at this time, if you'll, so at this time, I have, you have the attachment of those, but I would ask for acceptance of the members and the relinquishment.
Can we adjust the air conditioner? It's warm in here. What? Yeah. Get what? Can we adjust the air conditioner a little? It's a little warm in here, I believe. I see people fanning and.
Okay, council, we have a motion by Council Steele and a second by Council Sachs regarding the enrollment report, which is item number 6 on the agenda. I will call for vote. Eddie?
Yes.
Jeannie?
Yes.
Ella May?
Yes.
Adeline?
Well,
Frankie? Sharon?
yes.
I vote yes. Peggy? Jamie?
Yes.
Charles? Barry? Jeff?
Yes.
Okay, Chief Council motion carries. Thank you.
Next item is a public forum, and I need to remind everyone, Ricky Thompson, letter from Congressman Mullins. Yes, sir. May need to remind you, because we're so long-winded, we got 4 minutes to go, okay?
My wife is passing out a paper here I received from Congressman Mullins back. I wrote him a letter back in the early part of June, and I received this back in July 29. This was over the House Resolution 7263. And I think as our tribe here, I think everyone here today, as in the council, understands what this resolution does to our tribe. But I also have some paper, my wife passing out people in behind. It's kind of hard for me to talk with my back turned. I'm a retired school teacher, so I like to talk to the entire class. So when you talk to the entire class, you got to turn around once in a while and speak. This resolution will affect everyone in this building if it is accepted. We shouldn't have to go down to CNO and then ask for a sucker if we can lick it or not through CNO. We should be able to govern ourselves as a tribe. And this tribe, the United Band of the Katuas, is the real tribe. Nowhere in what people don't understand, the Cherokee Nation of old is gone. It's gone by the wayside after the Dawes Act. I'm a history teacher and I study this a lot. I teach Oklahoma history in school, and I always tell my classes, the only one true tribe is the United Band of the Katuas. That's the only true tribe of the Cherokees in Oklahoma. CNO is Cherokee Nation of Oklahoma. They was created in 1976 by 3 people. One of them being very powerful, W.W. Keeler, who was the CEO of Phillips Petroleum, one of the most powerful oil companies in the world, and also a U.S. congressman. Mark Wayne Mullins has it wrong in this letter. There's lies in this letter, and it is wrong. So as the great tribe of the Katuas, we all have to get out. Here's the letter. It has his address. Everybody needs to write this man a letter. Everybody in our tribe needs to write. I said tribe, not an organization, to write this letter to this congressman. He doesn't understand what he just wrote me. He has no clue. And he's representing our tribe up in Washington, D.C. He has no clue. Read it. He has no clue. No clue. He's saying that, oh, it's okay. It's okay that we go down here and ask the Cherokee Nation of Oklahoma, go down here and say, oh, it's okay. We'll give you land. You know that's not going to happen at all. We're not little brother. In the Reorganization Act of 1936, we organized on the United Band of the Katuas, not the Cherokee Nation of Oklahoma. They didn't reorganize. They weren't even around until 1976. Right. So I'm here today, concerned citizen of the Saline District, where right here Mr. Smoke is my representative. I live in Rose, Oklahoma. I teach school at Leach, Oklahoma. My dad was a proud Cherokee, and so was my grandmother. Both of them was Katuas. So today, everybody in here, take this copy, take it home, read it, get out your piece of paper and pencils. Nobody wants to write today. They want to email. Get something personable. Put a stamp on it. Lick it, put a stamp on it, and send it to him. That's how you get things changed, is by voting. Not sitting down in your chairs, oh, the next guy will do it. I give grades. I give grades every day in class. A, B, C, D. One kid sometimes says, well, coach, can you give me an F minus? I said, F minus, still failing. So if you don't write him a letter, you're going to get an F. If you write him a letter, you're going to get that A. Thank you very much, and I appreciate your time here at the council, and I've enjoyed this whole thing today, and I'm going to be back to listen, because that's how you live and learn. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Sir, I would just like to say I wrote Mullins a letter, and the letter that I received back, he states that Cherokee Nation was the ones that agreed in '99 to add that and approve us to have land in trust, and that's what Mullins said in the letter that I received. And it's like, Cherokee Nation agreed to it, but that was the only one that they were going to agree to. After that, it was supposed to stop. So,
I want to. Hey, I want
All right. Well, thank you for that.
Chief, I want to expand on this just a second here. I want to point out here, well, I know they're watching in D.C. In this letter right here, Mr. Thompson forwarded this to me after he received it on July 29th. And our Attorney General and our lobbyists we sat down and we reviewed this letter. We're going to write a rebuttal. But right in the middle of this, it says in 1999, the Cherokee Nation asked Congress to temporarily change this requirement. They should have said the Cherokee Nation of Oklahoma. See, they've brainwashed people for 40-some years thinking they're historical Cherokee Nation. They're not. They're merely Cherokee Nation of Oklahoma. But anyway, it says ask Congress to temporarily change this requirement from consent to consultation to make it easier for the United Kituah Band of Cherokees to take land into trust for a bingo hall. Mr. Mullins, you're lying. This is an out-and-out lie. That's all I got to say.
All right, thank you for that. Next on the agenda is Brittany Bennett, schedule.
I wasn't sure if I was going to be able to speak about this in executive session, which is why.
Please.
Take this off.
Yeah, I can't hear you. Thank you.
So I put myself on the public forum just because I wasn't sure if I was going to get to talk about this in executive session or not. I've been made to have a request to change to my schedule where I'm supposed to report on a certain day. The schedule has only been directed at me, which I find very discriminatory. I think most of council's aware you might have gotten an email. So if I need to talk about that in executive session, happy to do so, or I can do it here.
I haven't received an email, so I don't know what to. Yeah. So I mean, it's up to. I don't know.
Well, since it's a personnel,
Yeah.
and it
Yeah.
has to
Yeah.
do with your working hours, we should probably do it in an executive session. But I've not heard anything.
Okay, yeah, we will come back to that personnel issue the end of the. Okay, thank you. Eldine Stevens.
I just wanted to say two things. The first thing was I noticed in this letter that they said that Cherokee Nation wanted to take land into trust for a bingo hall. That's a little strange because we had a bingo hall before there was an NIGC and any requirements to put the land into trust. Why we ever closed it, I don't know, because we were around then and it was, we shouldn't have had to put it in trust. It should have preceded NIGC and their regulations, but we didn't for some reason. Anyway, the other thing that I wanted to say has to do with a scripture that I read a couple of years ago, 1 Corinthians chapter 13. It's about love. And I want us to try hard to do that, to love each other. You may have differences, you may have difficulties, you may have reasons for not wanting to do that, but the truth is, we are one tribe, and I will never forget what Peggy Gertie said about 3 years ago. She said, we're the kind of people that get in a circle to form a firing squad. Think about that, folks. That's detrimental to all of us when we do that. I want us to go to somebody, and even the Bible teaches us, if you have aught against your brother, you go to him and you talk to him and you work it out. You don't spread it all over. You don't spread hate and discontent, because it says in 1 John 4:8, but anyone who does not love does not know God, for God is love. And our tribe has been built on the principles of love. And the Baptist ministers that restarted this and put it together back in the 40s had love in their heart for their people. And I don't want us to ever forget that. Don't ever forget that we are all one people. And the devil would split us up if he could, would cause us trouble and heartache and pain. But Proverbs says hatred stirs up conflict, but love covers all wrongs. So if you love other people, you'll forgive, because Jesus said if you don't forgive, you won't be forgiven. So you want to think about all those things. I love this tribe. I love everybody in it. And I hate to see us fight and bicker and cause dissent and problems, because it makes us as a tribe look bad. It makes us look like, we don't know what we're doing. And if we want to stir up trouble and hatred, then we don't know what we're doing. So anyway, that was all I wanted to do, is just try to encourage you all to remember where we came from and that we should have love for one another. Thank you.
Council, Eldine was the last to sign in public forum, but during the emergency call I had to take, Onale Locust would like to ask for 4 minutes of your time regarding the internet due to just earlier findings. If you don't mind, will you allow Onale to present to you all? Okay.
Good morning, Council. I just wanted to say, this is one of, Eldine was talking about God. Here's one of the devil's instruments. Everybody goes on Facebook and writes all kinds of stuff about people. And I just want to caution people who are watching right now that you can be charged with libel, defamation of character. And I'm one of the recipients of some really good handiwork. He said, I run the tribe from behind the scenes. I guess I control every one of you. I mean, that's pretty good. But anyway, I just, on my way in, I was watching it. And one of the things that I read on there was one tribal member saying, how do we know that Assistant Chief Thompson is not telling our media person what to write in the paper? And so that's defamation of character for two people right there. So, it's really easy to write things. And you guys all know that I'm a very direct person. If I want to say something, I'll tell you to your face. But it's easy to sit behind the computer and say all kinds of stuff that aren't even true. So I thank you for your time.
Okay, Council, that concludes that portion. The Attorney General has asked that we move into, if we could, move into executive session at this point and come back to the new business afterwards, if that's all right with you all, Council. Okay, we'll need Sarah Thompson, Brittany Bennett, and the corporate board. So with that, I take a motion to move into executive session after a short break. One at a time would be better. If you can get them one at a time, yeah.
I'll make a motion.
I'll second.
Motion to enter. Jeannie?
We're gonna take just a few minute break and then we're gonna go into executive session.
about these few minute break.
Okay, okay, council.
Take a vote.
We have a motion by Assistant Chief and a second by Council Tidwell to enter executive session. Before I call for vote and the vote carries, they would like to ask for a 10-minute recess for a break.
By consensus.
Okay. All right. I will mark everybody down as yes.
You had something over
there. Yeah, she's gonna get something at the store. I'm gonna get store. You don't want like no. What?
Brittany?
I understand the words to say.
All right, with that, as long as everybody's here, we'll get this started. We have a motion made by Barry and a second by Frankie, Counselor, and I'll let the secretary do the vote.
Okay, council, we have a motion by Barry, a second by Frankie, as stated, and to exit executive session. I'll call for vote. Eddie? Jeannie? Ella May?
Yes.
Adeline? Frankie?
Yes.
Sharon?
Yes.
I vote yes. Peggy?
Yes.
Jamie?
I kind of like it in there, but I'm gonna vote yes anyway.
Charles? Barry? Jeff?
Yes.
Okay, we are back in to continue in regular session at 5:37.
Before we actually go into voting on the items that we come out of executive session with, I have a couple of things that I want to discuss, if that's okay. Is that okay with everybody? It shouldn't take real long. Huh? I have a couple of issues, yes, that I would like to. I'll try.
I would have said yes even, 2 weeks ago. That's when I said, let's meet. We had too much to do. And so we wouldn't be having this much to do today if we'd done what the council supposed to do 2 weeks ago.
Okay, with one
Go for it.
objection?
Just one? Okay. So something that I want to talk about, and like I said, I don't make any intent to pick on anybody. I don't want to hurt anybody's feelings. I don't want anybody thinking that it's just them as a person. But we all of us in this tribe, we are obligated to do what's best for this tribe, and we all should stay within the order of law. Something that I want to talk to you guys about. I handed out every one of you guys a resolution, or it's 15 UKB 21. And this resolution back in May the 2nd of 2015, it says to approve to cease all payroll advances, payday, stipends for all administration, UKB offices, UKB council, and employees effective immediately. From what I've researched and looked back on, the stipends came back. The corporate board came to the council and asked for permission to get their stipend back. But this is something that has never been done by the tax commission. And from what I understand, the tax commission, I don't know when their stipends pick back up, but if it was taken away by resolution, I feel as though it should be put back into effect by resolution. And if those stipends have occurred, they need to stop until an effective resolution is done.
This resolution is for payroll advances. It's not for
It also says stipends.
Yeah, but I mean, it says for payday, payroll advances on payday stipends. So it's relating to their payday advances and stipend advances, is what I'm reading.
Was this resolution not set forth for all stipends for, the council, for committees, for things like that? Is that not?
It's, the wording says to approve to cease all payroll advances / payday / stipends of all administration, UKB officers, UKB council, and UKB employees effective immediately.
Correct.
So I'm perceiving that as payroll advances, so it just stops payroll
It's
advances.
not just payroll advances, it's stipends for everything. Because from what I'm understanding and what I've seen, what I've looked at, is the reason why this was put into effect is because the casino had shut down. The casino was no longer bringing in money. So if these stipends were taken away in 2015 for any kind of, just say for instance, tax commissions, for any committees, for any boards.
So are you making a resolution?
Yes, I would like to make a resolution.
And I want to say something first. I know that payroll's advances stopped, but the stipends are still going on. But I am going to second that simply because I want to amend something though. If you
Want
just
to
hear me
amend?
out, just hear me
Okay.
out. I think like the corporate board where John Adair drives all the way from Broken Arrow, he needs to get gas. Adam Proctor drives from somewhere, Catoosa, he needs to get gas, wherever he's living. If anybody else, because I think as the officers, as the council, they're double dipping, and I don't like that. We already get a stipend every month anyway. And I'm just going to say for the councils here, they don't need to get a stipend because that's double dipping.
I understand what she's saying. I think I know what she's saying, because us as elected people, we all chose to take an oath to help with the economic development of our tribe. Did we or did we not? By getting on boards, by getting on committees, by getting on commissions, whatever, us as elected officials, we shouldn't be paid an extra stipend for doing that because it's already within our description to help move this tribe forward.
I see what you're saying now, but I'm just pointing out that this right here just says for all payroll advances.
But this is for everything.
Yeah.
This is for all stipends.
So
This is for everything.
Yeah, so in your wording that you want to stop the stipends
But
for
this
the
is
committees.
not my wording. This is a 2015 resolution that I'm reading here. This is
Yeah.
what happened back in 2015.
Yeah, I know.
Okay,
where that's-
if anybody has brought back their stipends, just say, I know that councils got brought back. I know that the corporate board asked for permission because I seen the resolution myself. The corporate board asked for permission to receive their stipends back. Okay?
And they did, yes.
Yeah, they did get their
yes.
stipends back, yeah. But any other commission, any other board or anything like that, there is not a resolution set in place to give them their stipends back.
But that was budgeted for it as far as the tax commission is concerned.
It was what?
The tax commission's budget was approved.
I don't care.
Yeah.
Listen, I
And
don't
that
care if there's
provided
a
for the
budget
stipend.
sitting there approved or not. That budget doesn't approve anyone to get a stipend.
So what
That
about?
budget doesn't approve for a stipend. Just because you put it in the budget doesn't mean that it's approved.
So
The approval should come by way of
You
resolution.
said boards and commissions. What about committees?
Right. Boards, commissions, committees.
For how many? That's all those are included in this vote, even committees. Is that
Well,
what you're wanting?
it says here, all administration.
Well,
it not?
the only reason I'm asking this is because you have an election board committee you have an education
I'm not,
committee. Does
yes,
that
No.
cease?
yes, but I'm not talking about,
Okay, that's
not
so you're not,
paying.
so
I'm
they
talking,
get one. So they get one and the commission don't, correct?
And that's what I'm getting at, is you just need to make your resolution more specific of
okay.
what you're trying
The
to do
resolution,
is.
well, she
'cause-
added two just now. The resolution that I would like to make is that these stipends have never been put back into effect by resolution. So whoever gets a stipend and they fall in this category, they shouldn't be getting a stipend.
I'm just talking about the council members.
Yeah.
All of us here should not be getting, as a committee, we should not be getting any money because we're double dipping if we do. I mean, I don't get it, but some of them do.
So if we're sitting on a committee, commission, or whatever, then we shouldn't get a stipend.
Right.
As council people.
If, just say for instance,
Use me,
Who out here?
use me
Okay.
for an instance.
Marcella.
I get paid
Marcella, she-
$150 for sitting on the corporate
Hold on,
board.
I'm talking. Just a minute.
I'm giving you it easy here. No, we're not talking about, we're talking about
Marcella,
council,
it's on-
council members, what you're referring to. Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
She's talking about council
They
members. Let's
need to
use
go
me.
ahead and get their stipends because they're not here all the time. They're not sitting on council. Marcella and whomever needs to get that.
So any council is excluded from a
Right.
stipend.
Me.
Yes.
So then that means you
I'll-
don't get
I'll
a
use
stipend
me.
as being on the
I don't-
education committee.
This, no me getting stipend.
That's the only
No Eddie
way
getting
that,
stipend.
some of the, when we discussed,
Tax commission? Yeah. I don't know, I'd have to go back.
when we discussed in housing, can you hear me? I can't
Hold on,
hear
there's
the
two
thing.
of you, talking right now.
When we discussed in housing that there's a need for a secretary, and that was one of the recommendations was to pay that secretary in a stipend, like as in one set fee, like the corporate board gets paid, because this would not be a needed service all the time to where you could put them on the payroll, like for 40 hours a week. And because the housing committee meets right now, getting ready to meet probably every 2 weeks because of there is a big demand and there's a big need there. And they're trying to get this housing, the COVID money, to get all of that done. I mean, all the houses that have to be remodeled, they're trying to get contractors and so forth. And they were trying to establish, and a need is the secretary. And they were trying to get that done. And that's one of the things they were looking at was maybe paying that person in a stipend. But in regards to the corporate board, and if this could be more specific, what are we looking at? You know, this is an old law, and I'm
But
not
it's
sure
still
if
in
there's-
effect. It's still in effect
and
regardless of whether it's
there's,
an old
I
law or
realize
not.
there's still different departments and probably committees that are getting a stipend. I'm on 3 different committees and I don't get a stipend. But anyway, long story short, so this is very generalized. It is not specific. If we vote yes or no to stop all stipends, I don't think that's a good
For elected
idea.
officials.
So I'm not sure what
For
you're
elected
asking for.
officials.
Only for council people, Sharon,
Oh,
not
okay.
for
If it's only
everybody.
for
No,
council.
not the general, just say the
I
general.
I
see,
don't
what
get a
I- what I'm-
stipend, and
what
like I
I'm
said, I'm
trying
on
to
3
say-
committees.
What I'm trying to say is that these stipends were cut off and they were never actually re-engaged or put back into effect by law. The only persons that did it the correct way was the corporate board. That's my example that I'm sitting out there. I'm not saying don't pay anybody a stipend. But the thing is we need to put this resolution.
I'm the only council person, as far as I know, other than her, that gets a stipend. I got 2 stipends for going to the meetings for education. The housing, I don't get a stipend.
Well, see, that's what I'm saying. I don't know who is doing it and who is not doing it for
We
sure.
work till 4 or 5 o'clock when we work.
You're a
And
council
we-
member,
Yes, our committee, but she's been getting that stipend all this time.
But why? That's my thing, is why? Because this was put into the law for the stipend to stop.
If it's the COVID money, is that different from what you're saying?
The COVID money doesn't
Because-
have anything to do with this resolution, this old resolution that was
So
put into
what
law.
if they're getting a stipend from the COVID money? I think is what she's asking.
Why would, do the committees get?
Finley and Cook allowed the education committee to get a meeting stipend every time they meet. She said that was an allowed expense.
That's what she told us. Because we're trying to.
But it's different though than getting an actual stipend, you know, every time there's a meeting.
Okay,
You see what I'm saying? Because your stipends come out from where? Where do our stipends come?
okay.
The stipends regarding the tax commission comes out of the revenue generated through the tax.
Correct.
And that's not, that's not.
So
a
everybody's
program.
is gonna come from a different
Yes.
place.
Yes.
So those two that I got, you can take it out of my paycheck next month.
These were for the payroll advances and things of that nature. That wasn't necessarily for everything.
I'm gonna make a motion, we table this, let the Attorney General research this, and then we can move forward.
Yeah, because this resolution from 2015 is very confusingly written. And I'm not sure it applies to regular stipends at this point.
Okay. What's your second thing?
No,
Okay.
so you're gonna make a motion to table, you said?
Charles did. Charles motioned to table it. Okay.
Again, I just don't think council, we as a council, should be getting stipends because we're double dipping. That's all. We as a council, but the other people that come out, even the tax commission that's on there, they can get a stipend. The election board can get a stipend. I'm just saying council members.
Now, the only way you'd be double dipping is if you got your stipend as a council person from a certain place, and then you got a stipend for being on the committee in the same place. But if you're getting it from two different entities, is that double dipping?
No.
Because, you know, the education committee, like she's saying, theirs is coming from the COVID.
Yeah,
money.
I understand that. I understand that. I
Yeah.
just feel as though us as
I'm just
people
trying
that
to
are supposed to
clarify,
be
yeah, what
working,
that-
working
Yeah.
for our people, you know? I mean, it could also be said that, look,
Okay.
all of these council members, they jump onto these committees so that
Okay,
they can
we
make
do
extra
have-
money, and they're
Yeah,
taking
I
from the
understand
church
We
what
do
you're
have a
saying.
and money to go
motion
somewhere
made
else.
and second to
I
table.
want to say this. The reason why I take it is because I was cut off from my insurance after I had my stroke. And now I see a doctor every week and I'm paying for it out of my pocket. And that money that I've been getting from COVID, that's what's paying for it. I get $150. So I want y'all to know what I do with my money from other than the
Okay, okay, thank you for that.
stipend from the tribe.
We have a motion made and second to table this, and I'll turn it over to the secretary to vote on this.
No, we have a motion to go on with it to begin with.
Oh, I thought somebody said table it.
But it died.
Well, what's the correct wording though? That's what I'm saying is, because if we're going off of this right there, that wording is confusing. And your wording is, if you sit on the council, you should not be receiving a stipend for
The
being
thing
on a
is
committee
first
or.
to begin with, what we need to do is we need to re-engage these stipends for the people that are on the committees. The people that are out here in the public that are on the committees that are coming in here and doing these extra things for the tribe. They need their stipends re-engaged by law, because by law, this takes everybody's stipends away for everything. So re-engage them by resolution, give them their stipends for whatever amount it is that they possibly have already been receiving. And us persons that are on council, we shouldn't be taking an extra stipend for being on a commission, on a committee, on anything like that, because that's two stipends that we're taking from the tribe.
I'm in agreement with you, but that's two different motions right there. Because one is re-invoking the stipends for the committees, and then the other one is to stop the council from getting.
Well, I guess that if you
a
want to
stipend.
put it into two resolutions, then put it into two resolutions. I make two motions to do that, if that's what I need to
Okay,
do.
well, I'm just confused because you gave me that
Yeah.
paper, and that paper
Well,
was
maybe the
really
wording
confusing.
didn't come out right,
Yeah,
because
yeah,
automatically-
yeah.
Okay, we can go around and around and around. Now, Treasurer, your resolution was that council could not accept stipends on boards.
Yes,
That's it.
but not the people out there that are working that aren't on council. It's just the council people.
Okay,
On any boards, committees, commissions, anything like that.
And the
Us as
reason,
council
I think
shouldn't
the
be
reason
taking
she
it.
gave you this resolution was just to see, it, just to show you that this was passed a long time ago.
okay, what we have is this one on deck, and then we have the table. If needed, we're gonna go. Okay.
So you're saying that the tax commission should have never been
They
getting
should have never been getting a stipend again. Because by this, according to this, no one should have been getting one. Most of you guys said on council whenever this occurred, did you or did you
It
not?
is not on here.
Well, I remember when it was cut off.
Uh-huh.
It was when Chief Wycliffe was here. He said,
Yeah.
you know, just all of a sudden, he said, no more stipends for
Right.
committee meetings.
Right.
You know, then that's when we had the education committee formed. And, you know, that's so everybody just said, okay, you know, we
Yeah.
couldn't get them, so there it was. And that's been probably, you know, since then, if
Yeah.
they've not been as
That's
far
why
as
I'm saying
know.
it. I mean, for anybody in general, not just people that are on council, but the people in the public that are
Since I've been
out here
on the
doing this
council,
service,
I've
they
gotten
have not,
from
it's never been
COVID
legally
only.
re-engaged.
Okay, okay, we're not getting anywhere now. Here we go.
Okay, to approve, I didn't get clear language, but let's see if this will work. To approve to engage all stipends for committees, boards, and commissions, but to exclude any council representative. That kind of,
That's kind of, sort of, yeah. It's just to re-engage the stipends for any public, any member from the public that is trying to help the tribe. You know what I
Okay.
mean? Us as council people, we already took that oath to move the tribe forward and to work for the tribe. We already said that in our oath. What I'm saying is, as council members, we should be excluded from getting this stipend. It should be only going to the people that are coming out from the public in to help.
To income.
to cease, no. Oh, sorry, you're reading that.
He said there is.
To approve to re-engage all stipends for committees, boards, and commissions, but to exclude any council representative. I don't
Any
know.
elected official or council member, probably.
To exclude any elected official?
Elected official or council member.
Any elected.
Does that sound okay, AG?
Or council representative.
Can you read that to AG?
Okay.
Can you read it to the AG?
To approve to re-engage all stipends for committees, boards, and commissions, but to exclude any elected official or council representative.
From eligibility?
From receiving the stipend.
Yeah, from receiving any stipend. And that finishes that out. Okay, and that was a motion by, was it by Elma or you?
Me.
And then
Me,
Elma
she
second. Right, right. Yeah, and I think that's what we enrated, because Council Smith here is getting a stipend, but related to the COVID, yeah.
It's, right.
Yeah.
It's not related to an actual physical tribal stipend, if I can say that right.
So did I just not, isn't that what I asked a while ago? About the COVID money, is that not what I asked a while ago? So does it make a difference? if
Oh,
the
I
person's
misunderstood. I
Getting
misunderstood what you
paid with COVID money or tribal money? Does it make a difference?
Well, you're talking about the stipend.
Yes.
Yes, it is different. It's two
Okay,
completely
so-
different things.
Okay, so then if a council person is getting paid with stipends, COVID money, it's okay.
If Rebecca has set it down for
See, one of y'all is saying yes and one saying no.
Receiving.
Because that's what I asked.
Do you want the COVID funds that are paying stipends to be excluded from this?
To be included in that resolution.
Lord help us.
For tribal council?
Was allowed, she said
Well, I mean,
yes.
and that's the thing, you know, us as elected officials, we shouldn't be taking extra stipends, you know?
So if it comes from COVID funds, you don't want that to factor into it, right?
That's the part, but I hadn't thought about that. I'm sorry.
That's why I said you need to let them, research it.
Let them take, yeah, but that's what I thought we said.
You
we
can
were going
probably
to.
pay a lot of your commissions stipends with COVID money if Pennsylvania Code says it's okay.
Right.
If you're dealing with COVID related
Yeah.
stuff.
Well, we could do it on a temporary basis, I guess, until December.
COVID related.
Well, let's just vote. And
There's
then,
a motion on the floor to table.
yep,
this
that's
thing.
right.
Yes, sir, yes.
I thought I thought they said.
I just don't think council as a whole should be getting any committee monies,
No matter where.
no matter where it's at, because we already get a salary anyway. That's just what I'm saying.
So what I read stands, right?
So read it again, please.
To approve to re-engage all stipends for committees, boards, and commissions, but to exclude any elected official or council representative from any stipends.
That
Ready?
doesn't say anything about, okay.
Yeah. But it says that stipends for, and it's committees, boards, and commissions.
What I said was, as long as that is for committee, you can't get a stipend for volunteering to be on a committee as a officer, as a elected official.
Okay. Let's get you in, Peggy. Okay.
Take a vote.
All right. Eddie's absent. Jeannie?
Yes.
LMA?
Yes.
Adeline?
I'm going to abstain because I'm not really understanding all of that. It don't matter where it goes. I mean, I'm going to abstain.
Okay. Frankie?
Yes.
Sharon?
I'm going to vote no, but I want my constituents to know that I honestly do not have enough information because I don't even know how many committees get stipend money. I wasn't even aware for a long time that there was stipend money for some of these committees. Like I said, I'm on 3 different committees. I have never gotten a stipend.
No, yeah. And it goes to my vote, and I'll just abstain. Peggy?
Yes.
Jamie?
I'm just so confused. I'm just gonna vote no.
Charles? Charles is no. Barry?
No, I'll tell you why. There's no language in there for emergency situation.
What? Okay. Jeff?
Yes.
Okay. Under yes, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5. Under no, 1, 2, 3, 4. And 2 abstentions. Motion carries.
Okay. Thank you, council. Moving to the next item.
Okay, council, if, just to go back into, we still have new business to tend to. And that is item number 8, and we are into item number 1. Council discussion to vote to approve and/or disapprove to send out a request for proposal and give each company or tribe interested an opportunity to present their proposal to the council and corporate board within 60 days. And the council and corporate board will jointly agree on and choose the best offer regarding the Logan County Casino project. The sponsor of this is Jeff Wakatu.
And we had a long discussion about this, as everybody knows, in executive session. But the folks out there, they may not know that we have a couple of tribes that are reaching out to us. We have, just throw a couple of names out there. We have the Osage reaching out to assist us with the project. We have the Florida Seminoles reaching out to offer to help us with the project. We have the Warfeather LLC that was here, but we was in executive session for about 6 hours. So he left. But we have a tribe out of Washington, or no, it's a company, I-5. So we have some opportunities right here that we just need to sit down and kind of take a look at. And I think we need to choose the best offer right now. Or last year, we signed a proposal with a company, Sammy Corporation, and we never got to see the contracts until I got one last night. And according to the contract, we're going to be signing a limited waiver of sovereignty there that we're going to be waiving. So, that's kind of a question mark there on if we deal with these folks and they breach their contract in September. So that's why I'm choosing to bring this resolution forward right here so we can get the best offer available for the tribe. So, and that's why I am bringing this resolution. So I'd like to make that motion to approve.
Second. Okay, we have a motion by Council Wakauchi, a second by Council Smoke regarding item number 1 under new business, which I just previously read. I will call for vote. Eddie is absent. Jeannie?
I think right now, at this point in time where we're at, as far as just getting our compact approved, just getting things going, we've already, I don't know enough about Gensler to actually make a real decision. I know there was some things discussed. They've probably laid out a whole lot on the table for us. I'm just gonna abstain.
Yeah, she is. Okay, LMA,
I'm going to vote no because we heard what was going on. And besides that, the council has the ultimate choice anyway. Because we as a council speak up when something is wrong.
Mhm. Okay.
Mine, no.
Okay. Adeline,
No.
Frankie? Sharon?
No.
I vote no. Peggy?
No.
Jamie?
No.
Charles? Barry? Jeff?
Yes.
Okay, council under yes, we have 2, under no, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 8, and we have 1 abstention. The motion fails. Okay, going forward, item number 2, and I sent out an email previous to that. I apologize, my name's as a sponsor, but this is Council Tidwell. Is a sponsor, as she addressed that last month regarding the elders, the tradition keepers. So I apologize and be Council Tidwell to be the sponsor. Good evening, Council. Good evening.
Good night.
More of that stick.
I will put this before me, for you guys, as all of this resolution. I made that, with two hands, and that is your speaker. Passing our traditions. Okay, sorry. I'm here to go over our budget. I'm the chairman.
Did you happen to make copies for everybody?
I thought everybody got one.
I attached it. It was in your packet.
Oh, is it in?
Yeah, it's attached to this resolution.
It's got a justification on the back of it.
You should have your resolution, the meat of it, and you should have the budget attached to it. It'll be your last page.
I got my paper, so I'll step here.
And I also, yeah, when I sent that, I did email it too.
Okay.
So, but I did attach the
Okay,
copy
to
to
the,
that.
so everybody's got a copy of this?
Yeah.
Okay. There's just this group right here who's been going, we've been meeting about every week, and we have another meeting on Thursday. But this is for the loss of income, what we all lost before, during COVID and in the future, because we have art shows and different things that got canceled on us, and we're just having to see if we can get some COVID money to help your tradition keepers out in order we can go forward and pass our culture along. On that, the total on that, it looks to be 48,000, and that's for
8 tradition keepers. We're experiencing hardship and the loss of income due to closing of the gift shops, the museums, the cultural centers, the shows, demonstrations, classes during the COVID pandemic. And each couture, we estimated the amount of our loss. So in order to for us to move forward and to pass this stuff on, our art's expensive. We've got to buy our materials. We have to, part of our income is not there no more. So we need help from you guys. The next item is equipment. We're planning on going out to the public, and we need tables, chairs, canopies, fans, just different things. This equipment is going to be used to set up locations for sales of arts, crafts, such as Highway 10. We have different, we're going to have to create our own outlets to pass our crafts along. We do demonstrations. We have one on Highway 10 going on Labor Day, and it's going to be for COVID regulations. We're going to keep away from people and have masks available for everyone. But at the same time, we're going to try to pass on what we know and to help the community out. We want to set up gift shops on arts and crafts at buildings, the tri-bones, such as like in Siloam. There's a building in Woodall. There's just different locations that we've noticed, and we're interested in stocking those things up with our artwork and the community's artwork as well. That budget came up to $57,000, but that comes with a passenger van, insurance tags, in order for us to go out into the communities. We want to go to up north. We want to go to Bell. We want to go to Kenwood. We want to go because people can't come to here, so we want to go out to them. The van, we want to just put all of us in one van, and we all go and practice our art and teach everybody what we know. The next item is insurance tags. That's self-explanatory for that van. The signage, that comes up to $1,510 for the banners for people passing the roads to see us, and decals for our van that's going to say Tradition Keepers on it, and it's going to have our logo. Now supplies, that's set up at $30,600, and just for the materials alone, that's pretty much what we, as artists, we have to pay for shipping, and we have to buy the materials now. We just can't go out there and get it as of today. Even at that, we still have to go to North Carolina, Georgia, and Tennessee and get our materials. So shipping is a big cost on that, and we have to have the material in order to practice our crafts. So in order for us to do that, we need your help. The John Hare Cultural Center is going to be purchasing arts and crafts and our supplies on wholesale through them. And the Tradition Keepers, we're going to purchase it from the gift shop, the John Hare Cultural Museum, for less than retail markets in this area. And we're also going to be issuing out business cards to each traditional keeper, so we can advertise our arts and crafts to people who stop by the booth for future sales. The last item we got is for per diem. We want to travel to North Carolina to visit the Eastern Band Cherokees. We want to travel back home to learn from our family in North Carolina regarding the establishment of their arts and crafts co-op, so we can emulate it and get some ideas from them, how we can better prepare ourselves as tradition keepers. And we would also like to learn many of their arts and crafts techniques that are different from ours to help increase our sales. Hopefully also we can establish a cultural exchange with our Eastern Band family. There's things that we know that they don't know in terms of art and ceremony. And there's things that they know that we don't know because they have all the crafts and materials there, and we're in Oklahoma, we don't have that stuff here. So there's a lot of things that they don't know and a lot of stuff we know we'd like to exchange.
So it all came down, the total came up to 149,000 total. Initially, we wanted to come in at 300,000, but we've been meeting, we came in with this number that we can justify it. However, we've been meeting the past month, about every 2 weeks, past 2 months, every 2 weeks. So, and we've been able to justify that extra 150 that we needed, that we can justify it now. But as for today, this 149 is what I'm asking for. It's 149. You got 169 on yours? Everybody has 169? Okay, it was 169 then? Because that's what was confusing me, because I had two numbers too, and I didn't know what you guys had on your paper. Okay.
This is coming out of COVID money, right?
That's what we're
CARES
asking
Act.
for.
Yeah.
Yeah, the only thing that I can see on here that I think that try to stay out of the sun, it's hot right here. What concerns me a little bit is the, can we actually, do you think we're gonna be able to pull this off, actually purchasing a van?
For the health of the tribe and culture.
You don't know?
Why is there down different amounts on there?
That's their losses, that's the amount of loss that they've had.
Different artists go to different art shows. Some of them have full-time jobs, and they're not able to produce as much.
Yeah, has Finley and Cook reviewed this? Do you know? Anybody?
I don't think
To
that
see.
they've reviewed the budget, but like what we said, whenever we very first, remember whenever we come to you guys and we
Yeah.
come to the table, you know, the thing is what we had discussed was that they were losing money. You know, they were losing money big time because of COVID. They can't do their art shows. They can't buy their supplies. You know, they can't travel. There's a lot of things that they can't do. So we all as a council had said, yeah, we should be able to allow them something, you know, because of COVID, because this is their livelihood. And if they're not able to work and create and get their supplies, then they get nothing.
You got no culture.
They have no incomes, and we have no more culture.
You had no more language.
Can I say something?
Yeah.
You went past the sale, but past the close. You're fine, okay?
Yeah, I'm just worried about the end.
My question is this, have you got, you've already got the structure set up, you know, president, treasurer, and all that kind of stuff, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, have you got, I don't even know if it's necessary to have bylaws and things like that for your little, you know, this deal. I didn't know, I'm just asking this, because I want to do this, but this money would have to go, you have to be a bank account. You've already got a bank account.
Oh, yeah, we got
Okay.
officers. Yeah,
We
we've
got
already
all that
voted.
set up and everything's ready to
Well, we
go.
don't have, but we're gonna do that this Thursday. Everything's been happening to us, and we're just having to get together real fast.
Yeah.
And we're gonna do that this Thursday. We're appointing 3 to sign, 2 to witness and 1 to witness and 2 to sign.
Okay.
If this goes through.
Well, I certainly agree that you guys have been affected, and I know that it's affected everybody. I'm in favor of this, so that's what my opinion.
Yeah. I'm just worried about the allowable costs in this right here.
I have a question. In regards to accountability, like as in, you say there's 8 people right now?
It fluctuates from 8 to
Okay,
13.
that's what I was going to ask you, is about the fluctuation. What about if people start coming in and want to do this?
Well, that's what we're wanting. We're wanting to come in once they see
And
us.
are there
because we haven't been
requirements?
moving.
Do they have to be exclusive?
They have to be
2 of them?
exclusive. Yes, we've already
Okay.
voted on that.
And that's a part of what Jamie was talking about with the bylaws. you
Yeah.
know,
Oh,
because-
okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what we voted on. They have to be exclusive UKB
And
members to hold a
how
tradition.
long do you think this will sustain your organization?
We're just doing it.
Is this kind of like a kickoff to get you on your feet? Like
This is just kind of to get us going
you
and to
should be
get
able
us
to
out
start
there.
selling your arts and
Yeah,
crafts? and-
yeah. First of all, to pass our knowledge to the people, and then we want to sell.
Yeah.
But we would like to sell too, at the same time.
I make a motion that we go ahead and we pass this budget, but with oversight of Finley and Cook, so that they can be in control of the spending, so that they know that it's actually COVID related.
I don't know about that.
We're actually hoping is to get you guys' help, because we're starting from ground zero.
Second.
Each one of us do something different, baskets, carvings, beadwork. And we've actually got about, how many? I didn't bring none of my paperwork, but we've got about 14, 16 tradition keepers. These are people that were honored through the tribe, through, I think, maybe the museum or whoever, probably Ernestine, that recognizes these. But since we're not having a celebration this year, what they try to do is nominate at least 2 people. And we haven't talked about that yet in our meetings. But with this, what we were looking into was trying to get a building, but with all this COVID going on, I don't think it's going to do any good to get a building and try to get it up and going. We're wanting you guys to more or less guide us. You know, we've got our board and we're going to do a bank account, but we want to know we got money to put in the bank before
Well,
we open up an account. or
I
something.
don't believe you've got enough money in there myself to start up a business and sustain yourself until you get rolling here.
Well, that's what we're talking about. With this COVID money, you guys are able to get something
Well,
going. Like if you want to put in, if you open up a store or
I
something,
think
put us
your
on the
amount
side.
is too low.
Let's just go ahead and just approve, like I said, I set a motion to go ahead and approve this budget. We'll let Finley and Cook be the oversight to make sure that all of the expenditures fall within COVID, and we'll just go from there. And if we need to add more money at some point, no?
So Jeannie, what you're proposing is, okay, if this money is allocated, you know, as requested, what you're also proposing is that at some point in time, once they get on their feet, is this an ongoing program? I guess my question is.
They're actually later on, me and Matt had talked about this before, he actually
Yeah.
would like to turn them into an LLC. He actually would like to do that sometime down the road. Right now, all we're trying to do is we're trying to recruit them. We're trying to put them, stand them back up on their feet.
Mhm.
Because if we lose our culture due to this COVID, or these guys can't get.
But what about, you said something about the CPAs not, I mean, bypassing, you know, I don't know that we can do that, you know. I mean, we put the, what's their name? My brain's gone.
To
Yeah.
answer your question,
Cook,
just to answer,
yeah.
try to answer your question,
Okay.
is because.
I don't know that we can bypass them.
Because
She said provide
preparation,
oversight. Yeah, yeah.
right, because the preparation, the prevention, and the recovery of COVID virus, that's what the CARES Act money is designed for. I don't think it's set up for putting a business together. I do.
We're not saying that they're doing business right now, we're trying to get them on their feet.
Okay,
Joyce, I second.
under the 45,000, under the 45,000 and under the supplies, yeah, those may be doable.
Well, Finley and Cook can determine whether all these things fall within guidelines.
Just letting you know that. Okay? Thank you.
There's nothing wrong with starting a business. That money's in there specifically, it says in there for this kind of stuff right here, this venture. I've read it and it's allowable. It's COVID related and I just don't think you got enough money, but if you guys are willing to struggle along, then go ahead. But I'm for it, but I just don't think you've got enough money.
We just couldn't justify the rest of that amount that we wanted. So we can now. But this number right here is
On
just gonna have
the
to
end part
suffice.
of that, it's to approve the traditions keeper budget contingent upon the, what is it, the advice or the Finley and Cook? What's the oversight?
From Finley and Cook. We just want to make sure everything that they're requesting is gonna fall within guidelines. You know, let them, because we don't want to just go and say, yeah, you can go buy a van tomorrow, and then Finley and Cook say, wait a minute, you know?
Yeah.
What are y'all doing?
Te le kani mo ni ki na tsu
Is she our consult, was it be consultant or
To let
comptroller?
Karen know going, it's on.
Both, both? She's both, isn't she?
I would just put, what are they, our comptroller? Or
Yeah.
our county?
Yeah. Accounting, okay.
Language classes.
Two that speaks that I know of. I don't know if the others do. Yeah.
You know, some may be a lot bigger, but he works with stones. Well, my biggest expense is leather. I have to buy a hide of leather, $200-300. And some may just have paperwork. Some may you don't just need to read it. It doesn't cost as much. And like some of our tradition keepers, they, you know, need to have them gather trees, you know,
Like
bows.
this.
Material, fabric.
Yeah.
Honestly, I don't believe that's how much.
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry, for y'all.
Can I have just a quick question?
Okay.
And you said you determined the amount of loss, you asked each one of them how much
Yeah.
that they did? Okay, so, and there's a big difference between each one of them, though, from the top to the bottom.
Yeah.
One may do baskets, one may do beadwork.
Yeah.
He
One
does
just
hard-
draw.
He works with rock, so his expense is gonna be
Okay.
way higher than ours.
It makes sense, but I'm not, with Jamie, you may be under, asking for,
Yeah, but like I said, they can come back and amend it.
yeah.
They can come back and
Okay.
amend it later if need be, because we've got till December.
Okay. So we
Okay.
meet this Thursday.
Are
Yeah,
y'all,
we have meetings every week.
are y'all, is that all, or y'all still dressing? Good?
We're gonna go.
Okay. Thank you for listening
Okay.
to us.
Okay. Okay, council, we have a motion
There's no
by
line.
Jeannie, a second by Ella May, and it's regarding item number 2 under new business to read, to approve the Traditions Keeper budget as stated, but to add the language contingent upon the oversight of our accounting, and I put in parentheses Finley and Cook. Okay? I will call for vote. Eddie is absent. Jeannie?
Yes.
Ella May?
Yes.
Adeline? Frankie?
Yes.
Sharon?
Yes.
I vote yes. Peggy?
Yes.
Jamie?
Yes.
Charles? Barry?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
Okay. Chief, council, motion carries. Okay, we will go forward. Item number 3 reads, council discussion to vote to approve, disapprove, to extend the COVID-19 relief assistance following up to October 1, 2020, and to extend member exclusivity date to September 30th, 2020. The sponsor of this is Council Tidwell.
Can I ask one question?
Yeah.
There's a lot of members who are.
Your mic.
dual. There's so many on the dual list that cannot get back because Cherokee Nation won't let them. What can the council do about that?
I'm not real sure. I mean, if Cherokee Nation is not Clint, that might be a good question for you. We have dual enrolled members at Cherokee Nation, and Cherokee Nation will not let them relinquish.
So how can they not let them relinquish?
I don't know.
They won't let them have they won't let them come to they said they didn't have nobody to sign those things. That's
Oh, I don't
what
know.
they will-
It may be because their courts are shut down for COVID. Is that,
Well, I think the registration actually closed right now too, due to.
oh, their
You can
enrollment.
still do everything online.
they're not letting them.
But under their law, you still would have to go to the CNO court to finalize it.
Yes.
Oh, you can do a phone hearing. Well, then
Yes.
they should be able to then,
And they're
based on
actually-
what I'm hearing.
They're actually doing it that 60 day, is it 60-day waiver.
Oh, okay.
They are letting them.
Right. Right.
So they need to ask the judge to waive the 60-day requirement when they go to
But
disenroll.
when do they get that? When do they get to visit the judge? That's the problem.
They have telephonic or video hearings. It's my understanding, and I don't know any of this firsthand, but
Yeah, you can do a hearing by phone.
I think you can fill it out online on the internet and submit it, and then you'll get a hearing by phone with the judge, and they need to ask to waive the 60-day requirement.
I mean, as far as that goes, any of us can get on the computer and we can get on their documents and we can pull the relinquishment paperwork and give it to them to fill out, and then they can submit it.
But some of them don't even remember ever joining Turkey Nation.
Right, I know
and
there's a
they're
lot of
being
people that
told.
fall, yep, there are so many that are, that's the reason that I brought this resolution back, is because first to begin with, we have so many members that have fallen through the cracks. And I say fallen through the cracks as they may be exclusive members, but maybe they didn't even hear about it. I've had at least 5 or 6 people that are in my district that have called me that say, I work out of state. No one ever told me, or, my family members are no longer alive and I'm just back and forth. I'm here every 6 weeks. I didn't hear about it. I didn't get the news. I don't do Facebook, I don't do any of this stuff. My address is not the same. So a lot of people fell through the cracks. Also, you do have those that fell into that dual role, which made them, they're not exclusive because they're dual enrolled. And there are a lot of people that fell in that category where you may go down there and just go in to, because believe me, I know, go in to get a white card, and next thing you know, you're a member of that tribe. Yeah, you can go ahead and interject if you need to. Is
I
there a
want
motion?
to tell you, I want to talk about a crack one of them fell into just recently. We had a tribal member that just the other day, their well played out, and they applied for service. And they showed up here on our, if they checked the progeny or wherever it is, showed up inactive, dual enrolled. But in July, they wasn't dual enrolled. They received, they were exclusive in July.
Yeah.
But they fell back into that crack just in the last 3 or 4 weeks. So
Right.
how did that happen?
Right.
So I don't know if they ran back down there and signed back up or what, but they said they never have been down there, and they received a stipend here when they filled out the paperwork, and they showed up back, exclusive. But just a couple of days ago, they were non-exclusive.
Right.
And they couldn't get any help for their well. The gentleman he's very disabled. He can't walk, and they don't have any water. They haven't had any water for about 2 weeks now.
Did you make a
motion?
Have they received help with that well?
Jeannie?
Yes, sir.
Did they get help with that well? You don't know?
Just to make a comment on that, Nancy's the one that contacted me regarding what Assistant Chief just stated. And you might want to get back with her, but my understanding is that she said she was going to go ahead and assist them. But you might follow up on that for sure.
Instead
You
of,
mean to go ahead and give them the services even though they've been told they're dual?
According to Nancy, you might want to ask her, but she said she was going to go ahead and assist.
They wasn't dual when they started the process.
Right, and so did Mikey, my nephew. Yep, but yet y'all told him he was not do it. Yeah.
Did you,
And-
I made a
and-
motion.
And instead of going backwards and extending it back, we discussed this at the time, at the next meeting after we passed the initial one. Couldn't we consider just repeating it and starting the deadline as September the 30th and give the accounting and everything the month of October to get prepared and repeat the whole process in November right there at the holidays to everyone? And that would include these folks that got missed out.
Well, but the thing is if you go and you include everyone, then you're gonna have people that are getting paid again and then people that never got paid. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, well,
I'm trying to go back.
that's what I'm
and-
saying
and-
is instead of going backwards, why couldn't we just do it where everybody repeat it because everybody's still affected by it. So why
But
not
these
just
people
go
never
and
got their
repeat it?
money. These people never got money because either they fell through the cracks or they found out there was some discrepancy.
But that's what I'm saying is instead of going backwards,
But-
let's do it for everybody.
But if we
include
go
everybody.
and we do it for everybody again, Jeff,
One
it's
more
not.
time. Just repeat it one more time.
I make a motion to pass this resolution.
And you're gonna leave it at, September 30th?
Second.
So that gives you be exclusive by September the 30th, and then you'll launch the program on the 1st.
Just for the ones that was missed.
Did I read that right?
The people that didn't get paid.
Because that's why.
Not for all exclusive members, because we're not gonna go pay everybody another $1,500 again right now. We're trying to play catch up with the ones that fell between the cracks.
This is for people that were not aware they were dual enrolled, I suppose, and then now this gives them an opportunity to relinquish. And then I've heard that CNO is not letting him relinquish, and I don't understand that. I haven't had anybody that I know that's went down there that didn't get relinquished. Some of them
They
had to.
said they
had to
call and call, they won't get no response.
Jeannie, I second
Yeah,
that.
registration
You made the
is
motion,
closed.
right? I second.
I think it's clear that we're not going to give everybody another 1,500, just the people that get relinquished and become exclusive by this date.
But we are considering it though for everybody during the holidays. So yeah, okay.
Can I ask one request regarding this item number 3? Is that when this is launched, if the council would be the ones to contact enrollment, because when we launched the last one, my registrar and myself, we got some big cussings out, and I said, I'm sorry. I said, so, but if, because on another effect is we'd have one call, and he'd say, well, we want our council to pick it up for us. I said, well, send a letter with them authorizing them to do that. Then when the council got there to pick them, I said, they already came and got it. So see, they're telling their rep one, and then they're coming in and doing something else. So I would like to ask that when this is launched, if it would be known that only the council can contact enrollment regarding your composite.
I don't know about that. I can't control people calling the enrollment office. I understand what you're saying by you guys getting swamped. Yeah, I understand that, and I would do my best. I would do my best to try to intercept calls and do calls at my best, but I can't control the public. Let's vote. Or you got something to say?
Well, Joyce, do you need some sort of a time frame for when to do the applications and everything after September 30th?
Yeah, I'll need a dead, how do you want
The
it? Because
deadline
if you're
date-
gonna launch it on October 1, like when we launched the last one, we had like 3 consecutive Fridays.
I understand.
Yeah.
The way that I tried to word this, and I'm not like a writer, so, but what I meant was for the deadline, for it to be, not for it to be launched on October the 1st, but for that to be the deadline date, complete deadline
Oh,
for this
October
round.
1's the deadline. date.
Yeah. The disbursement, yeah, and I thought maybe, I know last time I know you guys got swamped, there was like not a whole lot of planning, but the people that do come in and apply for this, or that send their paperwork in to apply for this, we need to do something where either it's mailed, or either your council member picks it up for you. Because having everyone come out and bombard and be at the pavilion, and I don't think that's socially acceptable right now.
There's probably not going to be that many folks. I mean, it's going to be big, but it's not going to be like the one that we first started out.
Yeah.
Yeah, the first wave. Yeah, so
Since-
I'm
since,
expecting 50 to probably 100 tops, probably.
Yeah, if you can, we just need to get some clarification on dates, because Amanda will be the one to prepare or insert and launch the PR for it and the dates.
Yeah. Yeah, I know a lot of people too. Also, they say they fax their paper. I had somebody yesterday, was it yesterday, I believe? He had called on my other phone, and my kids have been using the phone for the hotspot at the house. So he had called me and left a message on the 30th of July. And I just got back in contact with him yesterday, and that was his problem. He said, I faxed it in, but nobody told me the fax number changed. He said, I even went down to the tribal offices, and I thought that my check was being processed, and I never got one. So,
Yeah, I got. You still can't.
yeah, let's just vote, and we can work the details out. Let's just get a vote.
One detail you might want to add to the resolution itself is that this only applies to people who haven't already received a check.
Right, right. I understand that. It's whoever has exclusivity.
To include the new members.
Yes, yes. That'll get our numbers up.
So when's the first earliest?
That'll get our enrollment up where it needs to be.
Yeah.
Well, we'll have a meeting in September, and then you got September the 30th, so those that pass in September will be included in that. So, as new members. Okay, we have a,
When's the earliest you can accept these applications for those?
that would be, I guess that's what we're talking about, ironing out the kinks
That's
when
what
you
we
want
need
to start it.
We need at least a couple of weeks. I would say maybe 2 weeks to get all the kinks worked out.
Okay.
Yeah, let's plan it a little bit better this time. Let's give ourselves some time to plan everything
Okay.
out, because I know you guys are gonna be bombarded.
So, with that being said, I will ask for a vote.
That's right, that's right.
Yeah.
You're exactly right. So if there's exclusive members that come on board and they're on the enrollment for the 3rd, then we should pass it on to the 3rd, I believe.
Yeah. October the 3rd.
Makes sense. I just want to give everybody an opportunity.
Okay.
We usually change that meeting to the second Saturday though, but since we're not doing the celebration this year, will it
Yeah.
probably just remain on the first Saturday? Yeah, so, okay.
Okay. Okay. I'm going to.
Let's just make sure that we know it's.
Hey, that sun's going down. Let's go.
Yeah, just like we did last time. Okay.
Hey.
Hey.
Okay.
I'm moving, we moved this thing along a little bit.
We are.
I'm
We're
getting ready
vote.
to. Okay, I'm on call for vote regarding item number 3 under new business. Eddie is absent. Jeannie,
Yes.
Ella
Yes.
Adeline,
Well,
Frankie.
Yes.
Sharon,
Yes.
I vote yes. Peggy,
Yes.
Jamie,
Yes.
Charles, Barry, Jeff.
Yes.
Okay, Chief, Council, motion carries.
Thank you, guys.
Nope. Okay. Okay, council, I'm gonna, as I read these, these came out of our executive session. So these will all be known as other business.
Hang on just a minute. We've got one short presentation here, an opportunity for the CARES Act money. Rick's been doing some research, and he wanted to make this presentation. He stayed around here all day long, so I think he deserves the opportunity. Go ahead, Rick.
That's where your thumb's at. Your thumb. There you go.
I think it's just on.
Council, I ran into a good opportunity for you all. KCI, we partnered with a company, Crittenden Enterprises, and put a bid in on a job over on Muskogee Port. We weren't successful there, but he has offered to sell us 16 pieces of his heavy equipment and a clay gravel mine that is 58 acres. He has it licensed already with the state. He mines it 6 acres at a time. His permit fee is $500. He's wanting 1.4 million. And right now he's mined 1 acre off of it, and he's got 150,000 off that 1 acre. He previously had a mine next door to it, and he's mined it out. He is getting at the age that he's not wanting to do it anymore. And his son is doing another business, and he is willing to sell it to us, and the equipment is very good equipment. I've examined it, but you don't have to take my word for it. We can get an appraiser or whatever to look at it if y'all are interested in it. It provides a lot of opportunity as far as income. You can take your young kids down there. We can train them to run the heavy equipment, to drive the trucks. And it don't have to be a man. It could be the women. I mean, guys, it's a good opportunity. And like I said, you can train our young folks to make good money as heavy equipment operators, truck drivers, you know.
Can I say something here? I want to add something to what he's talking about. We went and looked at the property some of the corporate board members had. I'd like to, for the council, go this. I went and presented an opportunity to the Education Committee. Here's an opportunity for us not only to expand KCI and have a cash flow business that's already walking into, that'll sustain itself far beyond probably anybody in this room's lifetime. As far as the mining, the clay gravel and the field out there. You can also reclaim each one of those tracks and build houses for our people. But the main thing that's interesting here is we get two things here accomplished. I've already contacted the people in Stillwater that we can set up a training program here. We have an education building over here. The Education Committee was pretty excited about this. We can train and certify young people, elderly people, whoever that's been affected by Corona and put out of jobs, out of work. They could go down there and get a certification on a piece of heavy equipment. And I'm going to meet the guy as soon as he gets back from vacation in Tulsa and to show me a training program they're already doing. Now, it's an NCCR training program, and I'm an NCCR certified instructor when I worked over to the Career Tech. Peggy remembers when I worked over there. But I'm not certified in heavy equipment. I'm only certified in other, skills areas. Your grandson was in Skills USA. He knows what I'm talking about. But here's an opportunity for us to train people on operation of heavy equipment, skid steer, backhoe. But in the backhoe opportunity, we could use it in housing. He's got a list of inventory there. There's 4 dump trucks, 3
Yes,
skid.
there's,
I mean, it's quite a deal. You got enough copies there to pass it out?
Yeah, on the inventory. Yes, I did.
The education aspect of it is something that, that's really intriguing. It could go on and sustain for years. The education department could get grants, train our people. I've got a gentleman that's already done this with the Choctaw tribe. I talked to him the other day. He said, I've already set this up, just finished with the Choctaw tribe. Exactly what you're talking about, training young people, youth, or even people that's been out of jobs. I'd like to, for everybody that wants to go look at the property, it's in Peggy's district, by the way. The property's in your district. It's in the Illinois district. So I'd really like for you to look at it.
How much? 1.4?
All this is involved in it. Everything's there.
Guys, it has a lot of natural resources on it. We can also saw a lot of logs off that thing. Hope the EPA lady ain't here. We can cut some logs, just like we did on our brew house down here. You can have the lumber. There's 4 natural springs on it. They never go dry. There's no cattle around it, so they're not contaminated. There's no fertilized fields. So like I said, it's right there it's in Cookson at the edge of, 6-shooter. We turn off to go to 6-shooter landing. About all I can tell you about it. If you got any more questions, I'll answer them.
So the land is included in this price?
Yes.
Oh, a win-win situation, isn't it?
Yeah, okay. Council, what do you want to do? Oh, well, thank you. You bet, all right. You've got 6 more
I
articles
think
to
what
go.
would need to happen is some of this CARES Act money that we haven't expended yet, would need to be transferred over to the corporate board to make this purchase, because we could sustain the business that's going. Yeah, that's why, well, I've already talked to the committee over there, Glenda and Olita and Susan. You wasn't there. I went and talked to them. They said, man, this is a great idea, because they wouldn't have to expend their money, because we still got about $4 or $5 million we hadn't even budgeted yet in this CARES Act money. But if you wanted to throw it over to the corporate board, we could purchase the land, get the business going, and then bring the education department together and do the training. It can all be done. I just talked to the guy that can do it. And he'll be here in September to talk to us about it.
Okay, we've got some more. Okay,
So is this something to come back to next month, or how?
let's come back to
Something
this
to come
next
back
month.
to next month? Is that what they're saying?
What are you asking us to do?
Well, I'm requesting y'all to at least, think about or consider taking a vote on transferring the funds over, or if you want to do it now or wait, come look at the place, let's get it appraised.
I
But
think we need to look at it.
I would suggest you come down and look at it, and then we get it
I've already-
appraised.
we
I
can
will
get
be
a-
more,
Praise, yeah.
We get an appraisal. I've already contacted the same guy that did the appraisal for the land. No, I haven't found that out yet as of Friday. But we can get appraisal on it. We've already got a MAI appraiser that would come in and appraise it, but the council needs to decide if we want to move forward on it. I'd like for everybody to go down and take a look at this to see the potential there, and then talk to the education committee, because you could train them right over here. They got so many hours they got to do in class, and you could just take them down to the site. There's not a better place than in a pit like that to train people to operate equipment because they're not destroying any property around. They can learn right there.
Okay. All right, well, we'll come back to this, huh?
I found some property and I need the blessings of the council to go and talk about.
Yeah, because I think, yeah. Yeah. Can make this a September, on the agenda for September.
For September? So something that we might want to, something that we might want to consider too, I mean, if we're going to embark on this, we need to make sure that we include our historic and environmental personnel in this venture that you guys may be ready to. Because
Okay.
there'll be a moving
There
of
you go.
resources, so.
Thank you.
No.
I'm wanting to start the clay mine over on the 120 acres. So I'm going to have the blessings of the corporate authority board to move forward with that. But we go through the state to get that mining permit, right? Now, are we going to eventually go for that to have it put in trust, correct? Right. So I,
No. Oh. Yeah.
That's why I want to pay off all this land so we can start putting it in trust. I'll have to think about that. This would be very.
Yeah.
I don't know that you need it.
to have it licensed.
They tried to. Since it's a mortgage on it, I got to be for trust purposes, it's got to be pretty clear, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but for jurisdictional purposes. For jurisdictional purposes, we got it. I don't think you need to go this. I'm already at once before, they can't even. Now with
McGirt.
big difference now, it's inside the reservation now. It's like what's inside this four corner. So let's start selling some clay right out there.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you all. Thank you, Rick.
Okay, council, as I stated earlier, we have some items that came out of executive session, and I will let them be known as other business, and I will start reading them off as we discussed. We will call this item number 4, known as other business, and it is the motion to approve the submission to FCC for bandwidth frequencies. That is in regards to the corporate board member that was here, Eldine, that responded about the 5 gigahertz or something like that. So that's in response to hers. So I need a motion or, okay, Adeline, second, Assistant Chief.
What was her deadline date on her application?
I have to get it to her by, oh, it's end of the month.
Yeah.
By the end of the month?
So. Okay, I will call for vote. Okay. I'm sorry. Clint has it as to approve submission to FCC for bandwidth frequencies. Yeah. Yeah.
Eldine didn't ask for this, but that's what you're talking about.
Yeah, but she said it's due the end of the month, so I think you need to do it today to authorize her to submit that request to the
Yeah.
FCC.
Okay, I'm gonna call for vote. Jeannie,
Yes.
LMA,
Yes.
Adeline,
Well,
Frankie,
Yes.
Sharon,
yes.
I vote yes. Peggy,
Yes.
Jamie,
Yes.
Charles, Barry, Jeff.
Yes.
Okay,
Had to think about it.
Chief Council motion carries. Okay, council. We will go forward and we will call this item number 5, other business. And it's to read, motion to approve the BIA deputization agreement with the state of Oklahoma. I need a motion and a second.
What is your take on that, AG? I don't know enough about that, and I'm like really confused. I don't understand it.
It's a standard agreement to allow tribal law enforcement to work with the feds and the state and perform law enforcement services, to act as a police department with the blessing of the state and the feds.
So how does it apply to our, what is that? Oh, the sovereignty aspect, how much?
It allows you to exercise your sovereignty as a police department and to have other entities recognize your police department as a sovereign law enforcement agency.
Basically, it gives us police recognition instead of security guards.
Okay. I will make the motion.
I'm seconding
Yeah. Okay, we have a motion by Hawk and a second by Council Smith. I'll call for vote. Eddie is absent. Jeannie,
Yes.
LMA,
Yes.
Adeline,
it.
Frankie.
Yes.
Sharon,
Yes.
I vote yes. Peggy,
Yes.
Jamie,
Yes.
Charles, Barry, Jeff.
Yes.
Okay. Chief Council motion carries. Okay, we will go forward. This will be known as item number 6, other business. And it is to read, the motion to approve submitting facility license notices for 2 sites. That is what was discussed in executive session. And I need a motion and a second.
Can you read that again? I'm sorry. I didn't understand.
It's the motion to approve submitting facility license notices for 2 sites. That's yours. Is that yours?
Taniga.
Yeah, is that the notice, Clint? For the brew pub. Yeah, the NIGC notice for the brew pub.
Yeah. What it is an opportunity for us. We have to give them 120-day notice before we can start gaming. And the 76 acre parcel is included there, and then the brew pub. And our attorney in Washington, Mr. Jeffrey Nelson, drew this up, and Clint's going to send it up to the NIGC Monday, and then we'll probably get them on. We've already been advised by Interior to get them on the phone and have a meeting and try to expedite this thing. So we can put about 120 machines, 25 easy, 300 out here.
Okay, we have a motion for Council Smith and a second by Treasurer Worley. I will call for vote. And that is, Jeannie,
Yes.
LMA,
Yes.
Adeline,
What?
Frankie.
Yes.
Sharon,
Yes.
I vote yes. Peggy,
Yes.
Jamie,
Yes.
Charles, Barry, Jeff. I'm sorry, Barry. Jeff.
Yes.
Okay, Chief Council, motion carries. Okay, council, we will go forward. This will be known as item number 7, other business. And it is the motion to approve the election board budget with the amount of $72,465.
Motion to approve.
LMA, motion by Treasurer Worley, second by Council Smith. I will call for a vote. Eddie is absent. Jeannie?
Yes.
Okay. Yes?
Yes.
Okay. LMA?
Yes.
Adeline voted yes. Frankie?
Yes.
Sharon?
Yes.
I vote yes. Peggy?
Yes.
Jamie?
Yes.
Charles? Barry? Jeff?
Yes.
Okay. Chief Council, motion carries. We'll go forward to item number 8, known as other business. Okay, that is to read. Motion to approve to invite First Lady Melania Trump to visit the United Couture Band. I need to hear a motion regarding the letter.
Motion.
Second.
We have a motion by Treasurer Worley
Second.
and Assistant Chief? Oh. Oh, okay. Okay. And seconded by
Want a hat?
Council Still. Chief, you messing me up.
Maybe bring me a headband.
Okay, I will call for vote. Jeannie?
I abstain.
LMA?
Yes.
Okay. Adeline? She's in the back. She's not able to vote. Frankie?
Yes.
Sharon?
Yes.
I'll abstain. Peggy?
I'll abstain also.
Jamie?
Yes.
Charles? Barry? Jeff?
Yes.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Motion carries with 7 yes, 3 abstentions, and Council Smith was unavailable. Okay, we will go forward with number 9, other business. And that is to read motion to allocate CARES Act funds for security system with Johnson Controls with maintenance for 10 years.
Motion.
Motion Council Still, second, Assistant Chief. Okay, council, I will call for vote. Jeannie?
Better cameras.
Yes.
LMA?
Yes.
Adeline? Adeline is unavailable. Frankie?
Yes.
Sharon?
Yes.
I vote yes. Peggy?
Yes.
Jamie?
Yes.
Charles? Barry? Jeff?
Yes.
Okay. Motion carries. Thank you, council. Okay, I have the HR. That will be item number 10, other business. And the reason for the HR is we have to have a shelter-in-place policy. And those are in your packets. There's 2. She needs those in order to add to the handbook. And that's what they're called, the shelter-in-place policy due to the COVID, which represents COVID-19. So these are it. Frankie? Okay. We have a motion by Council Steele. Second?
I will.
Jeannie?
Is there something wrong with it?
Who's second? Who
Council
seconded that?
Tidwell.
Okay.
Okay. That, with that being said, this was item, known as item number 10. Eddie is absent. Jeannie?
Yes.
Elamay?
Yes.
Adeline? Adeline is unavailable. Frankie?
Yes.
Sharon?
Yes.
I vote yes. Peggy?
Yes.
Jamie?
Yes.
Charles? Barry? Jeff?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, council. Motion carries. Let me make sure I've got,
Peanut butter.
For the shelter in place policy.
the shelter in place for
The shelter in place
COVID-19.
for that COVID-19.
Oh.
HR had that. It's in our packet.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, I have
All right.
two more.
Yeah, I'll vote yes.
Okay, two more. What number did I say that was? 10, 11. Okay, council will go forward. This is item number 11. And it is to ratify the education services contract regarding the hiring of the interim director of education, which will expire 12/30/20.
Make a motion.
Motion by Council Tidwell,
Second.
Did you say-
second by Treasurer Worley.
Did you say 12:30 or 12:31?
Education Tuesday.
Do we come back and visit this if it is considered, if it is,
12/31.
Yeah, 12:31. Yeah.
if it is extended?
Yeah, HR said that if it's extended, they'll come back and renew the contract. Okay, we had. Okay, council, I will call for vote. Eddie is absent. Jeannie?
Yes.
Elamay?
Yes.
Adeline?
Oh,
Frankie?
Yes.
Sharon?
yes.
I vote yes. Peggy?
Yes.
Jamie?
Yes.
Charles? Barry? Jeff?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, council. Okay. Item number 12. Item number 12 is to approve Jeffrey Nelson Law Firm to act on behalf of the UKB members regarding the denial of health care based on being a member of the tribe.
Motion.
Second.
Motion. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
In it,
The denial of health
in it,
care.
yeah, in executive. Good. Okay. Okay.
I make a motion.
Motion,
I think it's already been.
Second.
wait. No,
She
no.
already
Yeah.
motioned, yeah.
Council Smith had made the motion. Who would like to take on the second?
Okay.
Frankie? Okay. I apologize, council, I knew it, Ms. Council Smith had stated. Okay, Eddie is absent. I will call for vote.
Turn his
Jeannie?
mic off.
Yes.
Cut it off.
Elamay?
Yes.
Adeline?
Oh,
Frankie?
Yes.
Sharon?
sure. Yes, can you clarify that? Just read that again, I'm sorry.
You okay?
Clarify, yeah, read it loud.
Yeah, we was talking, we couldn't hear it.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm so sorry, we're brain
And
dead.
it's, I will reread that. I apologize, council. It's, if you'll recall in executive session, Jeffrey Nelson Law Firm stated that their firm could act on behalf of using their website of the denial of our UKB members getting services at, for healthcare.
Okay,
So,
okay,
okay.
yes.
All right, so we're going back to Sharon as yes. Okay, I vote yes. Peggy?
Yes.
Jamie?
Yes.
Charles? Barry? Jeff?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, council. Motion carries. Let me check. Okay. And I apologize. I don't know if you all will approve it or not, but I mentioned the building in
Yes.
Stillwell. I was gonna ask if I could have an acceptance to utilize that building through the COVID, time to try to get it set up for the tags and other means as a
I
cutoff.
think that'd be,
I
that's
think
a
that'd
good
be
idea.
Okay.
It would help people tremendously.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I would like to
You need a
make the
motion for
motion.
that?
I'll second it.
And funding is gonna come from
The COVID,
money? Okay.
Okay, what did I say that was?
It's to set up a temporary.
When will this take effect? Joyce,
Huh?
when will this actually get started?
Soon as I make contact with them, Finley and Cook, on what we're gonna do, because they'll have to prepare for the cost of the building. for
So
the
around
rental.
September?
Hopefully September
Okay.
1. They'll give
Okay.
us 3 months to.
Okay, that'd be good.
Who made the
Yeah.
motion?
I did.
I wish we had a tag office up there. We got a lot of people up there and they have to drive a long way.
So that's what we're kind of working on too, to do, so like Monday and Fridays to go out.
Right.
Okay, council, Eddie is absent. Jeannie,
Yes.
Ella May,
Yes.
Adeline,
Oh,
Frankie,
Yes.
Sharon,
Yes,
I vote yes. Peggy,
Yes.
Jamie,
Yes.
Charles, Barry,
Yes.
Jeff.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, council. And that is it. There's 13 items that
Are
you
you
all
sure?
just voted
Better
for.
look,
Yeah.
I missed one.
Who seconded that last one? Who seconded that last one?
Council
Jeannie?
Tidwell.
Okay.
Okay, council, I believe.
So now we all get to go home and Barry got to stay?
Go home, Barry, don't you?
Okay, we've done executive session early. Any announcements?
Yes,
No?
I got a
We have
couple, I got some, tribal members that have been affected by this sickness. Just keep them in prayer and keep Malcolm Spotted Crow in your prayers. What?
Malcolm.
That's,
I do.
Leo Duncan's grandson.
Okay. Okay, I do have like one thing, I attended I can't even tell you what it is, the advisory board committee, the advisory committee for, Claremore Indian Hospital. I attended that meeting last month. They have some really good things going on there at IHS. Right now, they have a, 8 to 11 drive-through, COVID testing. And you just stay in your car and you just drive through. They're actually working on, they got some funds, so they're actually working on moving all of the administrative people completely out of that building into another building. So they're making a lot of changes there at Claremore Indian Hospital that are for the good. They're really expanding their emergency room. They've added on an emergency room to the back of the hospital. You can just drive up and get a test. Drive up and get a test 8 to 11. So 8 to 11. They're a rapid test, so you should have the results back in the same day.
Can I make an announcement? If you've been emailing me at the school at Cave Springs, don't do that anymore. Okay? I'm no longer there, so don't email there. Okay? And tell your people, if there's somebody, directors or whatever, let them
Yeah.
know also.
Council Gertie has asked me to send that out to all the directors and employees. She will only be using her, Yahoo address.
I make a motion to adjourn.
Benediction.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry, Barry.
Barry got something.
Is everybody willing to listen to what I want to say?
All eyes are on
I
you.
tell you what, this is the most madhouse I've ever seen in my whole damn life. But anyway, what I wanted to talk about was, I've got some citizens in the Decoy district that their kids need help in school. One of the things is, from what I understand is, that the computers and laptops or whatever they're giving are just to the young ones. Is that correct?
No.
Right now, the
Anyway,
age,
what they're looking for is help with the middle school ones, and then they need more money to send them a semester. Now, you know, they didn't say what the dollar amount was or nothing like that. They just asked me if I'd bring that up, and I told them I wouldn't. I
Where
did.
are they at?
They're in support district.
What is it?
Where do they live?
They live in Sallisaw, Oklahoma.
Okay, we need to find out, we've got the funds to help them.
Well, you know how people are, they just kind of walk around everything.
Right now is the time to try to get anybody help that you can get help, because we have money due to this COVID. If it's COVID related, we need to be helping our people.
Should have been doing that 20 years ago.
okay. Barry, is that all you needed to say? Okay. All right. Okay, council, we will go to item number 11, which is a benediction.
Let's go to the Lord in prayer. Heavenly Father, we thank you, Lord, for another day. Thank you for keeping us here and listening to whatever it is that you would ask us to do, Lord. Just guide us and lead us as we head home, Lord. Give us safe traveling graces, that we'll find our homes the way that we left them this morning, Lord. Ask you to be with everyone that's here and the work that we have to do, Lord. Just help us to do that with a happy heart and courage and boldness that we need. Be with the ones that need you for healing. Be with the ones that need you for comforting. Whatever it might be, Lord, the things that they might need. I ask you to be in the midst of it, Lord. And I just give you praise and glory for who you are in our lives. All these things I ask in Jesus' holy name. Amen.
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 Motion.
Second.
Thank you.
Oh my gosh. Is this a marathon or what?
7. We are adjourned at 7:28.